Good evening. I would like to call to order the Keizer City Council in regular session. It is a warm Monday, July 20th, 2026, and ask our city recorder to please call roll.
Councilor Parsons?
Here.
Councilor Kohler?
Here.
Councilor Cross?
Here.
Mayor Clark?
Here.
Council President Starr?
Here.
Councilor Dran?
Here.
Councilor Christopher?
Councilor Christopher is currently excused. Thank you all very much. If you are able, I ask you to rise and all join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We have no special orders of business this evening on the agenda. However, with the council's permission, I would like to call up Jessica Blakely. She is from one of our partner agencies, that is the Salem Housing Authority, and ask if she can give us a brief update on what is happening with affordable housing in Keizer. She'll be on a little bit. Welcome, Jessica. Thank you for being here.
Hello. Hello, Mayor, councilors. Thanks for having me. I did have some Keizer specific information, so I thought I'd bring that here today. First, I would like to start out with a huge thank you to Keizer Police Department. Thanks to their volunteerism and support of our Salem Keizer kiddos. Our kiddos are off to camp next week at Camp Rosenbaum, and we couldn't do that without your support. So thank you to your officers who volunteered to help these kids have a wonderful week of camp. Also wanted to identify that we have a property named Sequoia Crossings, which is located on the Keizer-Salem border, right across from KFC. It's kind of a flag lot hiding behind that blue house where some of the trailers are lined up. And we're actually doing National Night Out there this year. So we invite everybody from the Keizer neighborhood to join us if you would like to. The address is 2950 Broadway. So it's our newer building. I wanted to share some of the updated Keizer statistics. I brought those with me tonight. Currently, we serve 119 households here in Keizer with an average rental assistance payment of $1,043 per month. So that's almost $1.5 million annually. We provide in rental assistance for 247 individuals who live here in the Keizer area. So I thought that would be really interesting to bring forward. A couple updates for landlords and folks out there that participate in our programs. Salem Housing Authority will be reducing our payment standards as HUD has requested we undergo cost-saving measures starting August 2nd. So that will be a change. It will be identified on our website, and we'll be pushing out some social media with that as well. This will not impact current voucher holders until their next anniversary or 12 months, whichever is greater. Current rent increases and new lease ups will be subject to a rent reasonable test, which will allow for the payment of the payment standard or reasonable rent, whichever one is lower. So that's going to be a big change. And if you have any questions with regards to that, I'm happy to answer those. You might also see on the commission agenda for our July 27th meeting, it's going to discuss shortfall. And what that means is we've maximized our budget authority for housing assistance payments and our housing choice voucher program. And HUD wants us to work on lowering our costs. And this isn't anything that's really new, with the exception that they're now asking us to, asking our board president to acknowledge that we're in shortfall and to basically attest that we will undergo more scrutinized cost-saving measures. So if you see that on the agenda, it's not to be alarmed, but it does have some very harsh kind of language in it that we're not really used to. So just know that that came directly from HUD. On August 24th, our commission, this is very important for Keizer folks, our commission will be discussing the next steps, and it includes 9 addresses, 2 of which are located in Keizer. We're proposing a transition of these houses to Habitat for Humanity, and the commission will make a determination on whether or not that will take place. We have brought forth our Public Housing Authority plan, which told you that we want to transition those into affordable homeownership opportunities. And the 2 addresses that are located here in Keizer will be a part of that package. If you would like to make public comment for or against this action, you may do so at our July 27th meeting or the August 24th meeting. And that is at the Laux Auditorium at the Salem Public Library, and that will be at 6 p.m. So definitely encourage Keizer to share their voice on that. Back to school resources are on people's minds. Everybody's getting their kiddos ready. And often our teams volunteer for the back to school resource drive sponsored by the Boys and Girls Club. And we brought flyers for folks in case they want to take one if they have kiddos that are preparing for back to school. In addition, in October, we're holding a Fair Housing and Landlord Symposium. This forum helps kind of demystify our Public Housing Authority programs, how to communicate with the housing authorities, what we do if you are a landlord and you want to participate. It's also a great place for questions and answers and can also provide credit for your annual fair housing training. So I also brought some flyers with me for you to share there. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and I plan to be back in the fall with more updates.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It really helps us understand what's happening with affordable housing here in our own community. I'd like to open up for questions from council members. Councilor Kohler?
Just a quick shout out to all our McNary grads. Thank you for being a part of Keizer, even though you don't live here anymore, but we appreciate you being here and all the work you do.
97, go Celts. Woo!
Councilor Starr, Councilor Duran, Councilor Christopher, any questions? Oh, can't hear, sorry. Okay, no questions, all right. All right, thank you so much, I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
With that, we will now take a motion to determine that it is important that Councilor Christopher attend via Zoom and be considered present.
I move that Counselor Christopher be allowed to attend via Zoom and considered present, and it's important to do so.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that Councilor Christopher be considered present and in attendance via Zoom, as stated. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously, and Councilor Christopher is now considered present and accounted for. Good to see you, Councilor. All right, we will now go to committee reports. And do we have any committee members here tonight to give a report? I don't have any sign-in sheets. Did I miss somebody? Ms. Gust?
I have the Parks Board.
Parks Board, come on down. That's why I asked.
Good evening, I'm Jill, I'm with the Keizer Parks Board, and I have a little synopsis of our meeting from last week. We had a pretty good turnout. We had 3 people make public comment. We had Peggy Moore come and provide an update on the Peggy and Jerry Moore Community Gardens. If you haven't been out there to visit that, it's beautiful. They do an amazing job on it. We also had Clint Holland come and talk about the English ivy and the problems it's causing, and start a conversation on how we can resolve that and where it's located in our parks. So we had that discussion, and let's see, we also had a discussion on where to visit for our upcoming parks tour. And we came up with 5. Would you guys like to know our 5 that we chose? Is that
Yes, please.
So we decided that we'd like to start at Chalmer Jones right here and do dinner, visit the skate park, visit Peggy Moore's garden. It's beautiful. This is a great spot to start. We're also going to visit Meadows Park. There's some discussion on repairs that need to be made there, and so we'd like to visit there so we can take a look at that. Next one's going to be Country Glen, because that is the next part to be repaired, refinished. We figured it'd be good to take a look before and then visit after. Next one's going to be Bob Newton. The renovation just got completed, so that's going to be a good one. And we're going to end the night at Ryan J. Hill and visit the monument. We thought that that would be a good location to kind of finalize the night, make it, do it in the evening so we can see it as it gets dark, and I think it'll be a good stop. We also, the Keizer Little League Park was brought up a little bit in there, which I know that will be discussed later on, so we don't need to bring that up. And then we also talked about having a joint work session between the Parks Board and you guys, and I see that's also on the agenda, so probably don't need to talk about that either. Other than that, it was a great meeting, good discussion, and proud to be on it.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Gus? All right, thank you very much. Are you going to be able to stick around for some of the parks items on the agenda?
Oh yeah, you guys are not done seeing me tonight.
All right.
I got 2 more things to bring up, so.
Okay, cool.
You'll be sick of seeing me.
Never. Any other committee reports? Neighbors associations, Greater Northeast.
Tammy Kunz, Keizer, Oregon.
Jacqueline Green, Keizer, Oregon.
Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Family Council and Cummings Neighborhood Family Council is hosting a Fun Friday event at St. Edward Church on Friday from 4 to 8. Somebody from Chief's office is on the grill. I'm not sure if it's him or Tim this year. And then Southeast Keizer Neighborhood Association and Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Association are hosting National Night Out at the Keizer Oaks, 5 to 8.
All right. This is a fun summer. Any questions for Ms. Kunz? All right, thank you so much. Look forward to both events. Any other neighborhood associations? Okay. That concludes committee reports. Public comment this time is provided for citizens to address the council on any matters other than those on the agenda scheduled for public hearing. We have no public hearing scheduled for this evening. And what we will do, oh, you know what? I was going to do this under this, but I'm going to do it first. Okay. Sorry, talking to myself. Written comment to acknowledge for the record, Les Zeitz from the Keizer Times request for council to waive its executive session claim for the June 1 meeting. Robert Husband, resident of Keizer, support of Keizer Times request and support to grant Keizer Times access to executive session audio tapes concerning performance evaluations of City Manager Adam Brown. Request for city councilors to provide related communications. Letter from Debbie Napier, resident of Keizer. Request for release of city council meeting minutes from June 1st, 2026, and request for investigation to be made public. Board of Directors, Greater Northeast Keizer Neighbors Association, request for speed reduction and pedestrian safety interventions on Verta Lane Northeast, and suggestions for update to Neighborhood Traffic Management Program, the NTMP. And just as an aside, we're doing a work session with the Multimodal Safety Committee, and that will be discussed. And then Carolyn Holman, resident of Keizer, request for additional information regarding the investigation. All of these are entered into the record as submitted. Okay. And I was going to bring up Robert Becker under committee reports, so you get to be the top of the order now. And this is from the Keizer Museum, Thomas Dove Keizer exhibit. Very exciting.
Good evening. My name is Robert Becker. I'm the manager of the Keizer Heritage Museum and president of the Keizer Heritage Foundation Board. And today I'm here to briefly tell you that after several years of delay, we are finally hosting our Thomas Dove Keizer exhibit, A Willamette Farmer's Legacy. This will be hosted from August 3rd through the 28th, and it will be displayed in the West Gallery of the Oregon State Capitol, and will be open to the public Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and admission is free. This exhibit is long overdue. We were supposed to have this right before the state capitol closed. I don't remember when that was, 2022 or 3, I don't know. But the exhibit will focus on Thomas Dove Keizer's legacy as an Oregon pioneer, farmer, territorial legislator, and captain of the Oregon Rangers. It will explore Keizer's role in Oregon's early development, its connection to the community that eventually became the city of Keizer. And really, it's an opportunity to tell Keizer's story beyond our local museum and introduce Capitol visitors, not only across the state, but across the nation and possibly the world, about all the great things that we do and how those events have shaped our community. This exhibit is, again, long overdue, but it was developed not by the Keizer Museum, but specifically, I want to point out our historian, Tammy Wild. She has been on this project for all the time, from inception to finally, we are here. We invite the city councilors, mayor, and anybody in the public to attend the opening reception that will be held at Capitol Monday, August 3rd, from 4 to 6. And just again, to reiterate, this really is a really unique event. It's going to provide statewide visibility for this, for the Keizer Museum, for our foundation, for our building, and for our city. And it directly makes the connection between Thomas F. Keizer and to what Keizer has become today. And more importantly, it reminds us that Keizer as a city is part of the larger Oregon story. And that has always been one of my goals, to get our name out there, to get who we are out there and what we do out there. And finally, we have achieved that goal on not only this level, but other levels as well. So I just want to thank not only, again, Tammy Wow, but all the continued support from the Keizer City Council, from the mayor, because really everybody has contributed this in their own way. So we couldn't do it without the support of this committee and this council and the city and the volunteers of Keizer. So that is what I have. I thank you so much for your time. Very brief today, so I will, any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Becker?
And I did pass around the little flyer that we had there.
Yeah, I think it's made it all the way
Made it
down
around, so
to
you can
the
keep
end
that.
here. Thank
So-
you very much. Councilor Christopher, would you like to add anything?
Oh, no, I think Robert said it all. I mean, this has been, really, Tammy Wild it was her, vision of what this was going to be. And then we worked with Andrew Jackson, and it's a beautiful display. You know, it was in our living room for a short period of time, but finally it gets to be in our state capitol. So I'm just thrilled that we're finally there. Robert, we didn't think this day would ever come, did we?
No, we did not. And I will just add, if you haven't been to the state capitol recently and taken a tour of all the new renovations,
Beautiful.
it's just wonderful, just great. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Looking
Thank you.
forward to visiting the Capitol in this month of August to celebrate Keizer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Dustin Carstetter.
Dustin Carstetter, Keizer resident. I'd like to start, just thank you, Mayor Clark, fellow councilors, and city staff. I'd like to just start by addressing something that came up at the last council meeting. There was a question that Mayor Clark had posed, wondering in what capacity I had submitted some written statements. And I just wanted to clarify that for the record, all communication to and before this body has been presented in my role as a longtime Keizer resident. I lived here for about 14 years, speaking in support of fiscal prudence, and most recently for the need to quickly pivot to a qualified contractor for overseeing the continued maintenance and management of turf fields at Keizer Rapids Park. Of note, the information that I had included was readily available and found on the CFC website. Wasn't from anything related to anything with my role with the club specifically. Given that you have seen several written statements from me over the past couple of years related to this topic, I felt it important just to provide a little bit of background as to the reasons why I provided that and why this has been an important issue for me. In fall of 2025, as you'd alluded to, Mayor Clark, I was elected to serve as a board member at CFC based on decades of involvement with the game of soccer, several years of being a parent and rec coach at their club, and years of relevant business and volunteer service and experience. My time at CFC followed several years as a parent and coach at Keizer Soccer Club, which is now MVSC, including being asked multiple times and agreeing to serve as their board president, having done so from 2016 to 2018. Based on extensive experience at both clubs, having seen personally how both operate, and also having assisted Mr. Brown as part of the turf field work group for over a year up to the complex opening, I feel I'm very qualified to speak on some of the primary causes driving the serious financial issues that arose, many due largely to MVSC's involvement. Most recently at the July 6th council meeting, Mr. Brown had indicated that current management at the fields had seen a night and day difference from several months before. And to that, I must respectfully disagree to an extent with this assertion, as the only apparent major change from several months ago is that MVSC was successful in pushing out an individual and/or group that they apparently couldn't get along with. In addition, several other serious issues remain, all now the sole responsibility of MVSC as affirmed in recent meetings. First, highlighted by a few of the councilors, KCFA has been operating outside of their own bylaws for several months, still being under the required 3 listed in that document. Of note, the position of KCFA board president has been filled by someone from MVSC since its inception, eliminating the ability to claim that they couldn't have somehow been aware of the financial issues much earlier, or further highlighting their lack of qualification to have any business involvement with the fields. Second, MVSC is apparently receiving credit for voluntarily asking to pay more for field rentals. However, this seemed quite compulsory, as their voluntary action only came about after a public presentation of KCFA's financial status on May 18th, highlighting how poorly they had done in contributing revenue to the city's sinking fund for over a year, largely due to the original fee structure that had been negotiated with the city. This was followed by another presentation during a 2-hour work session on June 8th. You were all there, obviously, where several empty promises were made after MVSC quickly backtracked only a week later, indicating they could no longer fulfill the requirements of their agreement. In that assertion, they also have tried to handpick the company that comes in behind them, completely abandoning in the process the most important reason they gave for needing to be awarded the contract in the first place back in 2024, that of being managed locally. And in closing, I just have a couple of questions. Obviously, I know that public comment is not necessarily meant for the questions being answered here, but just kind of posing them as questions for the future. Since KCFA, and by extension MVSC's poor performance first became highlighted back on May 18th, we've now had 4 council meetings, including tonight, and a dedicated work session aimed at finding the root cause of the problems in hopes of finding a solution. There have also been 3 Keizer Times articles highlighting significant financial issues at both Keizer Rapids and the Keizer Little League Park during the past few months, largely due to the groups in charge. Given their failure to meet most, if not all, of the requirements laid out in the current KCFA maintenance agreement, and apparently even within the association bylaws they were very much involved in creating, why is there not more urgency to find a better solution that begins to put significant funding toward the eventual replacement cost of our city's multi-million-dollar turf fields, and which doesn't put the burden on our city budget and ultimately us as Keizer residents? And then there's other questions. I provided written statements, so
All right.
those can be read later.
So a written copy was submitted to Ms. Bissett?
Correct.
All right, thank you. We will receive
thank you.
that electronically. Any questions for Mr. Carstetter? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, I have C.J. Shaw.
Hi there. Good evening.
Good evening.
I just had a statement that I prepared that I was gonna read to
Just-
you guys.
Okay. Just your name and city of residence for the record, and
Yeah,
5 minutes
Clinton
is
James
yours.
Shaw. I go by CJ Shaw, and I live in North Keizer, resident. And I'm here tonight because of persistent failure, administrative oversight, and communication within the Keizer Police Department. Since early 2025, I've attempted to address severe public safety and personal security issues. I initially met with department lieutenants in February of 2025 and attempted to contact and did receive an email back from Chief Copeland, but that since has all gone quiet, and my issues are still, valid and still need to be addressed, and like with him and like higher up people than just lieutenants like I've dealt with. I'm kind of going off script, but let's see here. Yeah, there's just been a lot of silence, and I have really important issues in my own household, my neighborhood. Just it's stuff here that, and it wasn't addressed in the first meeting. Like notes were taken, and then the second meeting I had with the lieutenant, I don't want to name him, just all, but none of those issues were looked into, and then in fact they said, "Oh, we don't remember you saying anything about anything in Keizer, just about your previous Texas residence. So just pretty much wanted to address that and see if there's a way to move forward and not just be met with silence with like Mr. Copeland or Chief Copeland or anybody else I need to go through. I see an attorney here, like just, and I know I had emailed your inbox, and it's okay if you guys couldn't reply due to like, you know, like an attorney telling you guys you couldn't talk to me. That's okay, but I still have these issues and there's still safety matters, you know, in Keizer. So just, I guess I'm looking to see if I could get an email back or at least talk to somebody of like your legal counsel on why I can't get help. That's all.
Thank you, and thank you. I do remember receiving the email from you, and I did forward it to the city manager and the police chief for follow-up.
Okay.
They have access to records that we do not, and properly so. So they're better equipped to be able to answer the kinds of questions that you were answering about specific cases. We don't have
Gotcha.
access to that information.
Okay.
So
Is-
that would go to the city manager and the police chief to follow up.
Do you know how to go about, like, I don't want to like put you guys on blast or anything here. I've never done anything like this.
That's okay.
Okay. Should I hang out until 7 and maybe talk with you briefly?
I think I have the information from the mayor.
Yes.
Okay.
It's been forwarded, all the contact information, the email that you sent was forwarded to Mr. Brown and to Chief Copeland.
Gotcha.
So they have all of that.
Okay.
But if you want to double check that you have the exact contact information they would like you to use, if you would write it down
yeah.
to give it to Ms. Bissett, then they can be 100% sure they have the correct information.
Okay, awesome.
Would you do that?
Alrighty. And this was no way meant to like shame Keizer Police Department or whatever. I'm sure there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes, but just, I wanted to publicly address it.
That's
But
okay.
That's all I've got.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank
And
you
I'll
for
hang
coming.
out back.
All right, if you just, I'll get the information to Ms. Bissett, that'd be great. Okay, thank you. Roland Herrera.
I'm a little slow.
It's okay, it's not a race.
Good evening, my name is Roland Herrera, and I'm here to discuss an incident that happened on July the 12th. But before that, I want to thank you guys. I want to address all of you here, and thank you for your time and your dedication to this office. I know what it takes, and I really appreciate it. You don't hear it enough, but we do appreciate it. And because I know it takes a lot of your time and stuff. Okay, I'm going to back up because on July 12th, my friend Larry and I, two Woodburn graduates, old retired young men, he's a veteran, an anti-war veteran. Him and I had decided to make some freeway signs. Now, I did my research. I used to work with, with ODOT. I understand that technically you shouldn't do this, but our idea was to minimize the distraction. One, we want to do it in Keizer because this is our home, my home, for free speech, express ourselves against the war and against what ICE is doing with the deaths. We made signs, and I'll show you pictures of them, and we had them made very nice. I mean, the object was to make a statement, leave it there for 4 hours, and just take it down. And we minimized, there's minimal traffic there. In fact, there's no traffic in the Shamawa. And that's why we picked it. We didn't want to bug, we want to do minimum, we did no damage to nothing. We actually put them very nice, and I'll show you a picture. This is the one on the freeway. This is the one that was on the freeway. As you can see it. And this is the other one. This was one that we had both of them up. And the reason we picked Sunday because we wanted to be the minimal distraction. We didn't want to cause trouble. In fact, it was good trouble. And what I didn't like was the way it was handled and the way they were ripped off. You can see they're the ones that made a mess. I know for a fact after doing my research that, I don't know if any of you counselors got any calls about the freeway signs. Did you get any calls, anybody? I know that Councilor Kohler did. He got several calls and he went to work. He mentioned in a text to our city manager that Roland had been seen putting a sign up there. I'm guilty. We were gonna do it for 4 hours, 5 hours max and take them out. I have disabilities and it's hard to get up there. It's not, you have to really want to be up there. And I went down to rest, went and had lunch, came back, and they were torn out. And I know for a fact that Councilor Kohler called our city manager and texted him that Roland Herrera was putting signs up there. He could have called me. I worked with him 4 years, we served together. He could have done the right thing, the correct thing, and call me and say, dude, you know, that's not really cool, you gotta be cool, you know, whatever. They didn't do that. He chose to text you, our mayor. He made about 5 calls. Finally, I think he called ODOT. But Marilyn from ODOT is a good friend, and she told me that that's policy that they usually, on a Sunday night, that was a minimal time for me to be a distraction or anything. We put it, and then it got on several places. I got requests for signs. I don't have it anymore. And I believe you might know what happened to it, and I want to know what happened to it, Counselor. First of all, why didn't you call me when you saw that and you knew it was me?
Just a reminder to please address the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize for that, and I should know better. But I wanted to address,
I understand the question, but
I have a
we do have
question
a
for
rule.
Councilor Kohler, if I may.
And
Why didn't you call me and say, hey, this is not cool, I don't like, whether you're pro-war, pro-pedophilia, whatever. If you don't like it, why didn't you call me? If you knew it was me that put him up. And I thought that
Councilor Herrera,
we spent a
please
lot of
address.
time and months. But
Yeah,
anyway,
they should
I just
address the
wanted to
chair.
let you know that my intentions were not to harm, just to make a statement. 2 old veteran guys, retired guys, you know, and we're against the war, we're against what's happening, and I don't like the killings that's going on with ICE, and we were just doing this expression. Everybody told me, not in Keizer, Keizer's not a good place for that, which, you know, it's not really. But I did it anyway because it's my hometown, and I want to know what happened to my signs. We want them back. So that's why I'm here, and I would like to ask the question, if I may, where are my signs? To Dan Coder.
well, the question's been asked, and I do have one question for staff. The interchange is whose jurisdiction?
ODOT.
Just want it on the record. You and I know that, but I want people to hear it from other than me because I'm not considered the expert.
Madam Mayor, City Councilors, it is not Keizer's. It's that interchange. Yeah, it's ODOT owns kind of the bridge area and Salem's kind of the on and off ramp area. So it's kind of multi-jurisdictional, but the area that Mr. Herrera is talking about is ODOT.
Yeah, we meant no harm, and I just want to make sure that, I want to make a statement because that's not right. The correct thing would have been to call me, and I would have taken it down. I mean, I know that technically I probably shouldn't do that. That we picked the minimal time, the minimal place where there's traffic, with the least distraction, but it bothered somebody so much that he had to make all these calls and texts and not call me and say, as a human being saying, hey, take it down. It's not right, whatever. And like I said, I'm very active in as far as expression, and I believe in free speech. And I don't like what happened, and I would like to get my signs back if I can.
Councilor Kohler, you indicated that you are, would like to respond.
Be
The floor is
happy to
yours.
do that. I was at
Happy to do
church-
what?
I was at church, I received 2 phone calls, and I didn't know.
From your constituents?
Excuse me?
From your constituents?
Councilor Herrera, Councilor Kohler, there's a habit. Councilor Kohler does have the floor. Thank you.
Sorry.
So I received 2 phone calls from citizens of Keizer, and they asked, who do we call to talk about that? I said, I don't know. I sent a text message to the mayor and to city manager, and after that, I have no idea what happened. I did not see the signs. I don't know if anybody in Keizer took them down. I have no knowledge of anything else that happened.
Well, I think you do. And
Well,
thank you very much for
You
this time.
can think you
Appreciate it.
do, but I don't.
It had nothing to do with you. It didn't harm anybody. It was not harming anybody. It was just political
Thank you, Councilor.
free speech.
Sorry, old habit. And I'm going to go to Councilor Christopher, who does have her hand up.
Thank you. So I want an answer, like, what should we do? I mean, I would have gone to the city manager. That's what I would have done. So what is the answer? Can we get an answer from either Adam or from our city attorney? I honestly, I don't know. I would have gone to Adam Brown.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I received the text from Mr. Kohler saying that there were signs up. our officers went over to look at that, and they were gone by the time our officers got there. What we saw was some graffiti on the traffic control box, and I thought maybe that's what Mr. Kohler's talking about. But it wasn't. But our officer did clean that while he was there, but we don't know. Keizer Police Department did not take them down. They were gone by the time I got there.
Okay.
So,
Thank you for
so
that.
what is the correct procedure should that happen again?
Mr. Brown?
So that is under the jurisdiction of ODOT. If we would go through ODOT to remove them, we would not remove them ourselves.
Okay.
No, but my question is, as a city councilor, if someone called us and asked the question that they did of Kohler, where, like I said, I would have gone to you, Mr. Brown. Is that the correct procedure?
Yeah, that's an acceptable procedure, and that's what Councilor Kohler did.
Okay.
And I didn't respond as I was out of range at that time.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Lindsay?
I could even flavor this a little more too, just for the future, if we're really trying to figure out what we would do. As a counselor, if you can call and order your city manager to do things or order me to do things. But if you think it's even a code enforcement thing, you'd still really want to go through the city manager. But as a citizen in general, you can write the city, you can try to get a hold of the code enforcement through planning, or sometimes the CSOs through the police. So for stuff like this, if the general population is trying to think, what would I do if I saw a bunch of signs that were hanging up? Those are all the ways in which you could announce that. But as a counselor, you certainly should go through either Adam or myself. And mostly Adam, because he's the one who has the power of the staff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And following up on one of the points from, and I keep referring to Mr. Herrera's, Councilor Herrera, you served for 8 years as city councilor, so it's a habit. Understanding that we have limitations regarding the First Amendment and making sure that we take steps that are in alignment with that, I think going to our city staff and then other agencies that are well-versed in what they can and can't do is important. Encouraging our community to go through channels rather than decide to do things on their own. So I do appreciate the awareness that we have different points of view in our community and ways to express them. Mr. Rivera.
I happen to know that it's not under a jurisdiction, It's not.
No, it's not ours.
It's ODOT, and everybody knows that. Councilor Kohler knows that. And ODOT, that's why we did it on Sunday, because I knew that it would be reported by, somebody. And then I was ready to take it down, but somebody just yanked them all off, so. I was not happy about it. We spent a lot of time on it, and we're not meant to hurt anybody, harm anybody. We're just making political expression, and I thank you for this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Jeff Anderson.
Mayor, councilors, my name is Jeff Anderson. I am a member of the Way South Keizer neighborhood. I live off of Willamette Drive. Been there for 48 years in that neighborhood. I'm wanting to talk about what has been reported in the paper, that there's 2 members of the council being investigated. And it sets in process a 30-day period, and I think today is the 30-day period. So the question I would have is there a presentation to this council of the finding of that investigation? And if not, why not? Also, my understanding, up to $10,000 of taxpayer money is going to be used in the process of that investigation. So I'm concerned that the committee, comprised of 3, isn't what the committee is supposed to be. From my knowledge, neither the council member or the mayor know what the charges are against them. I find that weird. So I'm asking that this be an open, transparent, and honest process. And if the committee was not comprised properly, it should be. And if there's actions in the committee different than what the direction of the council is, that should be disclosed as well. So I'm asking that for the public's sake, this doesn't look like a political hanging or a desired outcome. It needs to be open, honest, ethical. And the city of Keizer, this is an embarrassment that I got to this level, because I'm aware of rumors of other things that have happened with other councilors. So please listen to the citizens of Keizer and do the right thing. Make it transparent, make the conclusions open, and don't let a committee of 3 comprised improperly make an arbitrary decision that discounts the facts. I think the public is owed that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Anderson? Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else? That's everybody I had signed up. Okay. We do have a full agenda, so we are going to go into the consent calendar. Council President Starr, would you please read the items on tonight's consent calendar?
Consent calendar for tonight reads, item A, approval of the July 6, 2026 regular session minutes. Item B, approval of the July 20th, 2026 work session minutes. And item C, resolution authorizing the city manager to sign an intergovernmental agreement with ODOT to update the transportation system plan.
Thank you. Are there any polls?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Brown?
just, there is a typo. That we're on that reads the 20th, which is today, should be the 13th.
Thank you.
So apologize for that.
Well, you are correct. It is the 20th today. So I will restate item B, approval of the July 13th, 2026 work session minutes.
Okay. Thank you for that correction. And it's correct on the document in the packet, just double checked. So we're good to go there. Any polls? Council President Starr.
I move that the Keizer City Council adopt the consent calendar as read.
Second.
The consent calendar has been moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. We have no public hearings this evening. We're going to go to administrative action. Item 9A is the event center fee waiver for the Keizer Public Safety Foundation. Mr. Brown? Or does this go to Mr. Wood?
Madam Mayor and Council, this one goes to Mr. Wood.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Madam Mayor, City Council, the Keizer Public Safety Foundation has requested a waiver of the rental fee for use of 2 Iris rooms in the Keizer Event Center. The Public Safety Foundation is a fundraising group that looks to augment the resources available for both the police department and the fire department. The city staff recommends that the City Council waive the event center use fees of $1,700. This is the first waiver request we have received from this group, and this is why it is on the administrative action item of the agenda. And with that, I'd be free to address any questions. I do believe we have a representative of the Keizer Public Safety Foundation in the group, in the audience. I think I saw Jill Gust.
Come on down, yes. And while she's coming down, questions?
Madam Mayor, I'm also on that board, just
Okay.
for reference, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions on the staff report before we hear from Ms. Gust? All right, this is your second appearance.
Yeah, I'm back.
You're back.
Did you miss me? I am the secretary for the Keizer Public Safety Foundation, which is formerly the Keizer Fire Foundation. The fee waiver in front of you is for our first annual fundraising breakfast. It's going to be held on 9/11 here at the Keizer Event Center, and then we'll move over to the Keizer Elks to join in the ceremony for 9/11 on its anniversary. We're excited. We're in full swing planning mode, and so if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
We just answered one of them, which had to do with the ceremony for the 9/11 remembrance. So just to restate, so I understood, we're going to have the fundraising breakfast here at dark 30?
7 o'clock. Yes, it's going to be an early one.
Yeah.
dark 30.
So 7 a.m., and then upon conclusion of the fundraising breakfast, then people will gather up. They don't have to be at this event. It's going to be public over at the Elks for the memorial remembrance, correct?
We figured we would do our event here, get this all done, welcome people, and then invite people over to the Elks to join in on that ceremony so that we can have this on a day that means something and then still go to that and be a part of that celebration.
Councilor Parsons?
Joel, so it's around 8:30, right? That the Elks is going to probably start. We need to be there like at 8:30. Is that what we're talking about?
I have not heard an exact time on what time the Elks are doing theirs, but I
But they're
can
waiting
find that
on-
out from Kathy.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And there was one thing that I want to clarify. So the Public Safety Foundation is which two public safety agencies?
We represent the Keizer Police and the Keizer Fire Department.
Fire District?
We were, yeah, it's a habit. We were formerly the Keizer Fire Foundation, and with talking to people, there wanted to be a police foundation, but in our town, we're still a small town. And it didn't make sense to have two, so working together, this is less than a year old, and we are really excited for this fundraiser. We're excited for what this foundation can become, and we have big plans for where it's gonna go.
And I wanted to clarify that because sometimes when we're out and about, they talk about the Keizer Fire Department, and it is a separate fire district with its own elected board of directors. So we know that, but we want people listening to the audio have that clarifying information. Anything else? Oh, no. If people want to learn more about the Keizer Public Safety Foundation, where should they look?
They can go onto our website. Is it up and running, Marlene? Do you know? We're having a new website made. And so
Okay.
we have redone it completely. I will post and send some stuff out. I don't know if it's up and running yet. We're still building that piece of it, and because it was still all labored under the Keizer Fire Foundation.
Okay. But you're on social media?
We are on social media. We have flyers that we have been sending out for sponsorships, for getting people involved, and then registration will be open hopefully next week.
Right. Any further questions? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Council President Starr?
I move the Keizer City Council approve the requested waiver of the event center use fees of $1,700 for the annual Keizer Public Safety Foundation breakfast on September 11th, 2026.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council approve the requested waiver of the event center use fees of $1,700 for the annual Keizer Public Safety Foundation breakfast on September 11th, 2026. Any discussion?
Yes.
Oh, good. Councilor Christopher.
Thank you. I couldn't find my little arrow. The Facebook page is currently under Keizer Fire Foundation? Is that right?
Is it, Joe? It is?
I'm getting head nods.
I just looked it up, it is.
Okay.
Yes, I'm getting head nods that that is true.
And then it'll change to the Public Safety Foundation soon.
Yes.
Correct.
Right now, the information for the fundraiser is on the Keizer Fire Foundation Facebook page. Is that right?
I'm waiting for that.
Let me find that out to get back to you.
It's not up there yet, but they're going to post it. She said registration is going to open hopefully next week, and they'll post the information at that point. Would that be accurate, Councilor Parsons?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that help?
And I just wanted to make one quick comment. I really love that they chose 9/11 to do this. And I love that it's going, I hope this will start happy memories on 9/11 before we honor the men and women who gave their lives on that day. So, great job. I like everything about this.
All right. Anything further? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you very much. We'll now go to item 9B, which is the Lydia Street Vegetated Stormwater Facilities Bridge Enforcement. City Manager?
Madam Mayor and Council, Public Works Director Carrie Blaylock has this item.
All right, Ms. Blaylock.
Thank you, Mayor Clark and City Council members. This has been a long time coming. Back in June of 2025, the Public Works team issued some violations, notices of violations for multiple property owners on Lydia regarding some unpermitted installations of bridges and rock altering the city's vegetated stormwater facilities, also known as VSFs for short. And then in August of 2025, prior to my hire date, some residents came and petitioned the council to allow them to maintain bridges and encourage staff to find alternative solutions for some of their concerns regarding the vegetation and primarily issues with passengers exiting parked vehicles, cars that were parked adjacent to the facilities were having trouble getting in and out of the car. So they felt like that was a concern. And so the council did put a 180-day moratorium on the enforcement action. During the moratorium, this position turned over and the former director vacated the position. And so in March, I came back to the council and requested an additional 180 days to continue investigating the situation, which the council was kind enough to grant me that opportunity to do some exploration. Since that time, my team and I have done a lot of research, looking at options within the city's regulatory permit compliance, codes and policies, engineering standards, risk management, and legal liability. We also met with Howard Robinson and other neighbors on site in April of 2026 to discuss some of the options that we had explored. One of those was a step out, so installing an expanded curb behind the existing curb, which would allow folks to step out of the car safely and then maneuver to their driveways or the sidewalk to the street. So we explored that, and then in discussions with the team, we talked about the installation dates of these facilities, and most of these facilities have a lifespan of roughly 20 years, depending on their maintenance level. A lot of times, though, we can expect 15 to 20. So these facilities, based on when they were installed, are nearing the end of that lifespan. So that was one of the factors that went into our decision-making. I also talked to the city engineer about the stormwater drainage in the neighborhood and had him kind of give me a 10,000-foot assessment of whether or not the bridges were impacting treatment, because the city has what's known as a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, which is a very large name, but the goal is to eliminate stormwater pollution. And so the city has a permit from the state, but it's a federally mandated water quality policy from the Clean Water Act. all of this to say that the city is on the hook for long-term maintenance and operation of these facilities. It's required, the city must make sure that these facilities are continually treating stormwater to prevent pollution from the install date until they're replaced or rehabilitated, restored. So we have that. In that context, the city engineer did review the stormwater report, which was very long ago when these stormwater policies were first adopted by the city. And based on his assessment, treatment itself was not severely impacted by the 4 bridges that were present. So we took that information, and that was one of the primary targets of the enforcement, was a violation that could put the city in jeopardy. So with that, we still have to maintain functionality. So we took that information as well. And we talked to Howard and some of the other neighbors that came out to see us, and that was Mr. Brown and Mr. Joseph Lindsay over here. And we met with them, talked to them, and they understood that we had constraints to work within. And we were all trying to find the best path forward. And so after a lot of discussion, we looked at the redesign and said, okay, if we add a step out to these facilities, that will take up some of the capacity for volume, okay? So we're getting the treatment, but we may be jeopardizing volume. So in order to evaluate that, we would need to get infiltration testing, and then we would, given the life of the facility, we would also likely need to dig out the soil water quality mix that's in the facility and restore that as well as all of the vegetation. So in doing a complete rebuild of a facility that is unpopular and no longer meets our current design standards, we've stopped installing these facilities. Did not prove to be a good use of dollars. And so in looking at all of the different factors, my recommendation was to put this and other similar treatment roadside facilities that are in local neighborhoods into our CIP list and prioritize that to come up with a redesign that works for our residents. We do have these facilities at 4 other streets. And so trying to look at those and put them in order of their date of install so that they can all get rebuilt, redesigned at the time in which they are no longer functioning. So with that is, we took a lot of time. We really thought this through. We evaluated it against all of the criteria in which we had available. We even contacted DEQ to make sure that our decision-making was in line with regulatory compliance. And we also interviewed folks up and down the valley who are also dealing with similar situations with these roadside facilities. We don't have the same situation on arterials or collectors because we don't have on-street parking, but in our local neighborhoods where we have these as treatment facilities, we found they're just not compatible with residents. So our design standards no longer reflect this. We don't add these facilities anymore. So to rebuild something that doesn't meet our standards and isn't satisfactory doesn't seem like a good use of our taxpayer dollars. So for that reason, we are recommending that the council rescind the enforcement and let us put this on our CIP for a redesign. And in the meantime, you have an option to allow residents to receive some sort of temporary encroachment permit for that. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to follow up.
Thank you very much, very thorough. I'm going to go to Counselor Parsons, so you can,
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will not be in this discussion as these are my neighbors, but I really like the report.
all right. Thank you very much.
And that is your catchment basin.
Yes.
Not mine.
Yeah. So I appreciate the recusal from Counselor Parsons. Any questions from other council members regarding the staff report and recommendation? Council President Starr.
It's not a question, but it's just another home run by Ms. Blaylock. So thank you for the and to your team for the thorough work on this.
Thank you very much. It's appreciated.
Cross?
No,
Kohler?
great job.
Okay,
Thank you.
anything else? Council President Starr, would you please put a motion on the table?
Gladly. I move that the Keizer City Council rescind the enforcement action for the 4 property owners in question and direct staff to prioritize a redesign of linear roadside stormwater facilities in the Stormwater Capital Improvement Plan and allow property owners adjacent to stormwater treatment facilities on local streets to obtain temporary right-of-way encroachment permits where feasible until such time the facilities can be improved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council rescind the enforcement action for the 4 property owners in question and direct staff to prioritize a redesign of linear roadside stormwater facilities in the Stormwater Capital Improvement Plan and allow property owners adjacent to stormwater treatment facilities on local streets to obtain temporary right-of-way encroachment permits where feasible until such time as facilities can be improved. Discussion? I do have one question, and that would be the timing of developing the CIP entry. Would that be for this fiscal year, or are you anticipating for fiscal year 27, 28?
So that would be, we do have budget constraints, so it would just be prioritized to be as soon as possible. And I will say that my team and I, the environmental team and I, met today to discuss potential for grant options that could move that forward. So we're exploring all options.
Great. I love that. Thank you very much. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Abstentions?
Aye.
Motion passes with 6 aye and 1 abstention from Counselor Parsons. All right, we will now go to item 9C, which is the Chamber Marketing Plan. We'll hear from our city manager, and coming up front is the president of the Chamber Board and the executive director. So we'll hear from staff.
I have neither the time nor the crayons to explain this to you. Oh, of course you did.
Another?
Of course you did.
You know I would.
So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason this is in front of you is we entered into an agreement in June 22nd, 2025 for visitor and tourism promotion services through the Chamber. We have long had a standing relationship with the Chamber that was not in writing, but they received city funds. And what is more common is that cities have a written agreement with their chambers of commerce. And so we worked on that together. The several council members, Councilor Duran and Mayor Clark and Councilor Cross sat on a committee that was requested by the Chamber of Commerce to create this agreement. And in that agreement is an important part of it is the marketing plan, which is supposed to be made annually. And there's two pots of money in this agreement. The first one is the 10% up to $25,000 or 10% of their operating expenses for tourism promotion activities. The second bucket of money is for this marketing plan. And it was created with this group and the chamber to include some things that weren't being done at that point. And so that report came due in the end of March of this year. And at that point, I got started getting some questions from council members about whether that should come back to the council. I looked in the agreement and it falls under the administrative and management functions. But hearing that request and concern from several of you, I thought I'd put that on the agenda to make sure that was something you wanted to see. And in that same vein, the discussion about whether the marketing plan that was reported on for the prior fiscal year that came to me, if I looked at it and said it's substantially complete, and so directed the Assistant City Manager, Tim Wood, to release the second bucket of money to the Chamber of Commerce. Questions, though, arrived of is what involvement the City Council wants to have in the disbursement of that amount of money. Do you want to consider that yourselves and decide how much of that, or is that something you want to leave to me as an administrative order? So again, because I got those questions, I want to bring it to you and give you the opportunity to provide that feedback to me. And what you have in the packet is the submission that they gave, and it goes bullet by bullet down the things that they were required to report. And then also you have the marketing plan for this coming year. And what I put on the dais, your desk, was they added an executive summary to the one that's in the packet. So we'll get the updated one in the meeting notes, but should be the only difference on there is the executive summary. And then Mr. Ricewick and Mr. Clem are here to answer any questions you might have also.
Okay, before we go to our esteemed guests, Councilor Cross has a question.
Yes, I was looking, hello. You know, I love seeing your smiling faces. Thanks for all that you do, Dan and Lou. On page 4 of the marketing plan, it says that you've established interrelationships with 2 of the Keizer hotels. Was that at the meeting that we had with Travel Salem, Dan? Or was that before?
One was before and one was after Councilor Cross.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Executive Director Clem and Board President Louis Ricewick.
Well, Madam Mayor, members of the council and staff, my name is Dan Clem. Thank you for the opportunity to present the marketing plan. This marketing plan is called for in the agreement once a year, and so what you have before you in your packet is all the data-driven requirements that are called out for twice a year. One is 15 March, one is 15 September. What you have in front of you that was handed out to you tonight is what's due within 30 days of the signing of the agreement. So we entered into an amendment to extend the agreement on June 29th. Hence, this is being brought to you within that 30 days of signing the agreement. So this is the midpoint. This is the beginning of the new year. This is the marketing plan. What I've tried to do is provide an executive summary so that you could see just the 4 basic initiatives that are in front of us today, a little bit of an explanation of what happened at Keizer Fest, and then how we move forward. We're excited as your tourism agency to be able to understand that we want to move tourism forward in a more aggressive and contemporary way than we ever have before. We want to be able to serve you, but we really want to serve our members and our tourists who come to this region. This is a tournament town with all these fields. We don't want to run the tournaments. We don't want to market the tournaments, but we want to connect the tournaments to the hotels the restaurants, and all the other businesses. And we believe that because we're boots on the ground, we are your tourism agency, we believe that we can do that. We're going to ask for a little more help when it's appropriate. But with that, the 4 tenets that are in front of you are to redesign the website so that it's more friendly for both our members and for our tourists. If you could pull up that link. Please be there. Yeah. So you can't really see the banner that's, you can't really see it, but there's a banner that's running across. That is an update on all the activities planned in the near future for tournaments, for baseballs, softball, football, competitions that are going on in the community. We want to give anybody looking at our website the ability to understand what's coming up, what's playing today, what's playing this weekend. And at the bottom of the website is the Eat, Play, Stay, and Thrive. Eat, Play, and Stay are pretty obvious. If you click on those, you'll be able to navigate just by one click where you can find the information of where to stay. In Thrive, you will see that's where our business members, our business advocacy rests, so that people can, so that members in looking for business-related or advocacy-related needs can find under the click of Thrive. I don't think we can keep on clicking because this is, if you could try one of them, if you would, Melissa. It does work. So under Thrive, this goes into much greater detail of how we serve our members, what the Government Affairs Committee is, but this is not necessarily a tourism. This is for our members and how we want to assist them. So I just want to give you an idea that updating websites is always happening. What we want to do is make sure that we're not only serving our members, but that we're serving the tourists who come through the area. We will continue to operate the visitor center, and we are also ramping up the community calendar through this website as well. We've got some new tools that we're starting to use to be able to gather all those community calendar events and be able to, with some new software, be able to not rely on people sending us stuff, but to actually be able to go out. It's a program called Yodel. It automatically finds calendars and brings them all together in a very sophisticated manner. So we're excited about being able to calendar everything that's out there on our website and make us much more useful for not only visitors, but for people who live here. Keizer Fest, okay. We learned a lot from, I know I did, from this Keizer Fest. I picked on a couple of things just to give you an idea of the depth of that learning. The parade, we had 35 entrants this year. What happened? Well, there were 40 last year. So I've got some questions coming at me like, what happened? Well, we had bad weather. We had other competing interests with the marching band competition, taking away from the ability for us to be able to spruce it up with a lot of our local bands being able to play. But we did have the world's greatest paceman person leading and timing the parade in a very efficient manner. So, Chief, thank you. A lot of things went very well, and we were able to keep it moving, and the preparation crews were spot on, and the cleanup crews were spot on. So next year, I plan to do a lot more gathering of local organizations to put floats in the parade. And that's definitely something that I want to fix next year. We're thankful for our sponsors, our volunteers, Keizer Police and Fire, Keizer Volunteer Fire District. I got to remember I say that right. Keizer Rotary, our vendors, and our attendees. The analytics weren't great compared to last year. We had 3,240 visitors as found through Placer AI. The average stay of those 3,240 people was 177 minutes. Once they got there, they stayed over almost 3 hours. We did a lot of advertising. I don't know that we could have done any more advertising. We marketed it. Our crew in the chamber looked at every possible venue and every possible way to be able to advertise it. We do 2 parades a year, obviously the Holiday Lights Parade, but the Bloom and Iris Parade was fun. The tempo was, as I stated earlier, was good. Our plan this next year is to address a lot of the little things that I'm not going to brief you on here, but one more golf cart might have helped the award scenario that we discovered on Lock Haven. Would have been a lot better had we had one more golf cart. So again, there's a list of about 40 different little things, and we're excited about being able to fix those this next year, and to hope for no rain or drizzle so the convertibles will come out and be able to help us. We've got videos prepared for every chapter of what happened at Keizer Fest and what happened in the parade. And in about a month from now, we'll have all of that edited and be able to share that on our website and on the city's website. We want folks to be reminded of the fun and what it means to be a citizen in Keizer and to be able to enjoy that. The golf tournament was a success, over 120 golfers. All the holes were sponsored. Yeah, we had some wind out there, but with my ability to hit the golf ball, it actually helped. We did a lot of social media posts for the whole event, and then we did some spotlighted social media. Would you pass around those folders? So in those folders, you're going to see a couple of items. One of those is the brand new completed 2 hours ago business directory. All done. You will also see the postcards that we intend, a sample of the postcards that we intend to put in every hotel room, with the hotelier's permission, obviously. On one side of the card is the QR code for Eat, Play, Stay, and the other one is for, I forgot already. Oh, to the business directory, of course. So we really want to be able to know when tournaments are happening. That's not our job. Our job is to guide people to Eat, Play, Stay by knowing it ahead of time. But if and when they get here, we want to be able to present a QR code so they can know where to eat, play, and stay. We've called this Tournaments Town. We want to help play a role in the best that we can as your chamber, as your tourism agency. We don't have the focus that maybe a larger region would have, but we have the focus of, I know that I can go to one field and I can see the hotels. There's 3 of them. So this week, there's going to be a soft opening of the Fairfield Inns and Suites. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be a 4th one next year. We want to be there to be able to connect the seats on the bleachers to the room keys that will be happening when that 3rd and 4th hotel open up. And we want to be able to make that direct link right on the boots on the ground. And we want to do it for our city and our businesses and our folks who participate in these tournaments. How can I answer your questions?
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you for the brand new, literally hot off the press directory. I'm going to start at the end, just kind of work down, if that's all right with you. Councilor Parsons.
Thank you. You know, the one things I heard about the Keizer Fest weekend was you were in competition with a lot, like the Awesome 3000, and I think that really took away from that. And the bands, everybody wants marching bands, but it falls on the same week and they have competition, so.
We're aware that the marching bands is scheduled for a different weekend next year.
Oh, fantastic. And what about the Awesome 3000? Have you checked?
I don't know about that one yet.
They went back to the original date.
They went back to, okay.
Okay, so awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
That's awesome news. Sorry. Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lou, that's a great job making that happen.
Thanks. I worked really hard.
Because I was a council liaison for the chamber for 4 years or so, it is neat to see all of the things that are happening. Dan, you're doing a great job. I appreciate the work you're doing. And I hope that the businesses and the community support you the way that you should be supported.
That we're doing.
Councilor Cross.
Thank you for the presentation. I can't stop looking at your shirt, Lou. Like, for anyone that can't see, it says, "I have neither the time nor the crayons to explain this to you." Where do you get, you're providing a lot more data than before, which I appreciate. Where are you getting all that from?
That's from Placer AI. That's that software that is loaned to us from a contract that Travel Salem has.
Okay.
And so, as we met a couple weeks ago, we're allowed to get 2 access times of the year. And so we use one for the Holiday Lights Parade and we use one for Keizer Fest.
Okay, that's awesome. It's super helpful. Thank you.
And we partner in that way because it just makes sense to.
Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to make sure that the website that you showed us was like the mock-up, temporary, correct?
It is. It's a concept.
Okay,
And we've still got a couple more things to fix.
So when is that going to be active compared to the one that's up? Because when I click on the visitor's guide on the current website, none of those links are working. So,
Yeah.
so like when I click on disc golf, nothing's there. When I click on shopping, nothing's there. On the current website.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that we have access to it
I've got links for about half of those. I haven't finished that yet.
for the current website.
For the current website. And once we get those links, I'll figure out. A lot of those links actually point back to parks. And so we just haven't finished that part yet, Shani.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then you'll have the digital visitors guide that'll
Yep.
interface with those links.
Absolutely.
correct?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That's still a work in progress.
Any follow-up? You'll get another shot. Councilor Duran.
No, my question was about the links because I was looking at things on the website. So I think.
And one of the things that's beleaguered us is particularly taking the hiking one or the biking one. We have not found in some of those that there's a central location for, where do I find the biking trails? And so we're looking. We've got emails out now asking a couple of the associations, can you point us to a map that we can have the link to? So we started that process about a week ago, and we're slowly getting those links.
On the biking, there is a bike trail
Yeah,
through
there is a
Keizer,
biking
so
trail
that can be
one.
pointed
So we've
out.
got that one now, but the hiking one is a little more elusive.
But it's not live. It doesn't show up on the website, so.
Councilor Christopher, questions?
Yes, thank you. So, Dan, I heard you say that the bands would be part of the Iris Festival parade next year because they've changed the date of their state tournament. Is that accurate?
I'm told they have changed their date. Yeah.
Could we get something better than I'm told? Could we get a confirmation of that? Counselor Parsons was absolutely right. That's been a real disappointment for a couple of years. The city loves to have those bands there, and the parents want to see their McNary kids and stuff. So I would just really appreciate if you could get back to us on, is that really true? Is that true data? Did they change? That would be fabulous. And then on the QR codes, when will those be live, and when will you get them to the hotels?
The QR code right now points you to the chamber website. Both of them do.
Yeah,
I'm waiting
but then we've got problems with the website. So when is
As soon as the
all that
website is done, then we'll make sure the QR codes work and they link to not only the website, but then the business directory. So I've got to make sure those are solid and complete before I can make sure the QR codes work.
So let's set ourselves just a due date. Like, what do you think? How long do you think it would be
1
before?
August. 1 August, we're right in the middle of tourism season.
So, okay, so when do you think?
August 1st?
No way. Okay, Dan, that was a good answer. Okay, and then the last thing I want to say is, I haven't been on city council very long, but this is the best report I've heard yet. It had the most detail and it had dates and it had data, and I really appreciate that, Dan. And so looking forward then, in the next 6 months, I'm saying you're going to knock out the QR codes. They're going to be in the hotels because they'll point to the website, and the website is going to be done August 1st of 26. And is there anything else in the next 6 months that you're going to do? Just speaking of tourism,
Sure.
Is there any other plans do you have for just that?
On page 4, and hopefully it was emailed to you, Counselor Christopher.
I don't know if it was, but I traveled all day, so
Okay.
it probably was.
For,
Melissa's
for
very
all,
good.
on page 4, looking forward is my last aspect. And I've got 5 bullets there. First bullet is QR codes on all marketing media.
Great.
Deeper penetration into Keizer station marketing. Network of connections, hotel, restaurant, shops, tournaments to visit. The 4th one is become a destination marketing organization if necessary. And the 5th one is to prepare for a 4th hotel. Those are my future.
Okay, and I have one follow-up, if that's okay, Mayor?
Please do.
So, are you working with the tribes in any way? Are you working with the Siletz or the Grand Ronde because of the Shamawa Activity Center, which is adjacent to the Fairfield motel? Have you brought them in at all? Dee Pigsley lives right in Keizer.
No, but it sounds like I will.
I think that'd be a great idea. I'll hook you up with Dee, and she will be a terrific resourse for you. But let's loop those tribes in, because we have that whole business center that, with all of that, those, the brand new buildings that are there, those are going to be filled with businesses, and those are going to be your members, Dan.
Yep.
So let's grab them and loop them in.
If you could send me the contact info, I'd be happy.
I'll do it. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's all I had. Thank you.
I would invite all tourism agencies and companies to become members of the chamber.
Yes.
So we can lock arms.
So I've got a couple of questions myself. One is, when we're looking at the contract that we have, and I want to back up a little bit, putting our agreement and our operating expectations between the chamber and the city took us a couple of years. It was the first of its kind for us, and it's still clearly a work in progress. We're going to continue to improve on that. But writing it down so we have clear expectations, I think was a wise move on our part. So thank you for our city manager and for the leadership of the chamber for continuing to make that work in that space. It was a step of professionalism that I think has benefited all of us. Second, the $25,000 portion that is for the marketing and so forth, is that 100% of any of the elements that are in this plan, or a portion of each of those in your overall marketing plan?
Well, Madam Mayor and Council, that's kind of the question I put before you, is as I read it, and actually the process was good, because I got to where Councilor Starr and Councilor Duran were on that page of their website, and I was like, there's nothing past these things. And so that's a conversation that kind of started, and Mr. Clem went to work on populating that into what you see here as a prototype. But the question is, do you want to be involved in setting the value of each one of those things, or do you want me to say, I think you deserve 70% of that or 80% of that? I think it sounds like a position that either one of us wants to be in.
So that was not my question.
Okay.
So I'm going to restate it, see if I can get it right. The chamber has a marketing budget, and each of the things that are listed here have a certain cost. The $25,000 do not seem to me to be 100% of anything, but are a proportion of the cost of delivering each of these items. So we are a contributor, but not a 100% contributor to each of these marketing elements. Would that be a fair statement? Mr. Brown, Mr. Clem, you can rock, paper, scissors for it.
I think we know this, we have the same answer, I'm guessing, so Mr. Clem, go ahead.
Come on, play.
I mean, I think the answer is that, no, that's not 100% of what they do, and they have a lot more going on than that, so.
That's what I was,
Complimenting
that's what I was fishing for, so thank you for taking the bait.
They have, is that correct?
I did some questioning of how we got to here.
Yeah.
And it was just understood that figure was also, it was just part of the total expenses. That's the reason we provide you with a budget. And that, and I'll make this statement that, and it's not, that our members and our other revenues help with the total cost, but it's only a part of the total cost of what it takes to do the marketing that we do. So I think it's wise to stay away from what each line item costs. You guys have had those heated discussions about that in the past, and it's part of the cost of tourism, to answer your question.
Thank you. And Councilor Christopher, I do see you. I've got a couple of people ahead of you, but I do have one more, just one more. And this is something I'm going back to page 4. And I was very excited to see this because it is something we've talked about for a long time. And here it is, the Keizer Sports Field Tournament Guide. We've asked this for a long time, that we have something to give our visiting teams. And we have a lot of people here tonight from sports facilities companies and people interested in our sports complexes that are going to be, that are bringing visitors here. This is something that we wanted to have available to give you and say, here you go. The people you are bringing to our town, here's one of the ways we are welcoming you. So thank you for putting this in here. I'm really excited to see how this develops and fleshes out on the business side, to welcome people to understand who Keizer is, not just their experience at the field or either one of the fields, but also experience in the community. And this is something as a traveling sports parent, and I did that for many, many years. There was a time I knew every single rest stop between here and Vancouver, BC by name because of all the traveling I did. And I got to tell you, when I got to a town and our coach or team manager handed me something, I knew where to go get X, Y, or Z and enjoy the place outside of the gym or the pool or the field that we were at. So I am very excited to see what happens with this.
And how that looks, Madam Mayor, is the folders that you have there will have information in those folders to include the each state play QR codes and some other brochures. But again, we want to give those to the tournament directors and encourage that they ahead of time let us know who's coming so we can get them to them if possible before they come.
Okay. That was my current questions. I'm going to go back to kind of loop around now that everybody's had time to think. Councilor Parsons.
Thank you. You know, I've been asking for this for a long time. I love this. You can see everybody. This is going to be in all the hotel rooms, correct? Like when we have a notebook and we get to look. This is awesome.
You just have to say yes.
This is going to list everybody. I appreciate that. And when you talk about having that packet available, I know that when we travel, our head coaches get it from the tournament directors way in advance, so then we can make hotel reservations way in advance, you know, an airline, because we can't travel locally, you know, we have to go to other states. So I appreciate that, though. I do. That's going to be awesome. Thank you.
Right. Councilor Kohler, any follow-up questions? Councilor Cross, any follow-up questions? Council President Starr? Councilor Duran? Councilor Christopher?
Just one thing. City Manager Brown asked, do we want him to make this decision independently and we would have no knowledge of it? Or do we want to be a participant? And I would like to be a participant. I don't want to try to second guess him and say, gosh, I think this should be 32% instead of 34%. But I want to know what his determination was prior to releasing the funds. I would like to be aware so that I can promote that in our community, that the work that the chamber is doing. So I would like to be a participant, but not the person making the decision.
So can I ask a clarifying question, Councilor Christopher?
Sure.
Is what you are suggesting is that the reports we're getting here, that we receive that information so we are aware and not caught by surprise, and that as the chamber is doing their every 6-month reports, that we get those as well so we know what's going on? Is it for informational primarily?
Yes, I would like to, before the money's released, if it's not the full amount, or even if it is the full amount, I would like those reports ahead of releasing the money so that we're able to share with the community why we're giving that money to the chamber. And I think they're I think they're getting more and more effective as our tourism generator and marketer. But it would be nice to have that information at the same time that we release those funds or prior to, so that we can share that with the community. Purely informational.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Clem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would be remiss if I didn't point out the parentheses in the first paragraph, that additional resources may be needed, and I know you're going to have discussions following this meeting, but this work is going to be beyond 2 people soon, so I just want to make that point that.
Well, economic growth is good.
Yep.
And I would expect that that would be part of a conversation for budgetary or services updates. And Marlene, can you please point that flashlight down? Thank you. Playing with the pen. Anyway. Can we have some of those crayons, Louis?
Take it away from her.
Anyway, with the idea that we would, as the services continue to evolve, as the agreement that we have between the city and the chamber goes into this next year, that if there are items for discussion and or negotiation with the renewal for the following year, that feels like that would be the right time to bring those up. Or if there's an opportunity that presents itself to enter into a discussion as either the city and or the chamber sees to be an advantage for our community. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does to me.
All right. Mr. Brown, are you good with that?
So I am getting the sense that this has been helpful for you to review the marketing plan follow-up. So if I'm reading the council right, bringing that back each year, and it could be at the May timeframe when they finish their reporting, we could do that. And then the only other question is, again, do you want that decision to fall on me to how much of the funding is released to them, or do you have any type of clear objective ways to make that decision?
A clarifying question?
I think I have a question in response to your question. So.
Love it.
Are you still, is the plan to still do the 2 payments, 25 and 25?
Yes.
Okay. So in my head, it would seem to me, and this is just how the system that I'm thinking, you're going to get the report, right? Maybe in January after they do the holiday lights parade and they figure out the visitor count and they kind of have a response to that. That January report out is going to be from like July, right, through December. And then we would have a report out in January, and that's how we
I think it's May.
That's how we do it at work, right? We do 2 6-month report out periods. And so in January, and they would bring an update on this plan, right, with that January. And so that would be, in my mind, when I'm looking at the packet, at the motion in the packet, it would be delegated to the city manager in, I don't know if the word is consultation or an informational notification or something to the council before you do that, so that we can have this conversation and ask these questions. And then I would see them coming back in July again, because they've had time to wrap up Iris Fest, and they've had and that would be a January to June report. And that, so you see that 6-month cycle.
I like where you're going with that.
I do too.
Contractual part of it is, we have March and September dates.
September.
Would that work for you with this?
Well, they would report in January, and then I'm sure by the time you would report out, right, you would pay them in March after they report in January, or maybe it's early February, one of the two, right? And then the same thing would be, it was March and when?
In September.
Right, so they're reporting out in July on maybe even August, depending, and then they would pay out in September. However you get it to line up, so that those payments, they're reporting out of 6 months of this plan, and then following that report out is and we're having this conversation, you're hearing some of the questions or concerns or so forth that we brought up, and then you can take that into consideration pursuant to the motion of delegating it to you to determine if it's a substantial or insufficient completion.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, I like that thought, especially in advisement by the council.
Yep.
And yeah, I think just working within the agreement that we have.
Right. Good dialogue. All right, anything else before I let these two gentlemen off the hot seat? All right. Well, we'll let you out. If you have a closing comment, happy to have that. We'll let you off the hot seat.
We're grateful and love to serve Keizer. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Council President Starr, are you ready for a motion?
I am.
All right.
I'm going to fumble my way through the updated one. So I move that the Keizer City Council direct the payment of money allowed to the Chamber of Commerce be delegated to the city manager in consultation and advisement with the city council for either substantial completion or insufficient completion.
Second.
I think I got it. I move that, it's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council direct the payment of money allowed to the Chamber of Commerce, make sure I've got it, be delegated to the city manager in consultation with the city council for determination of substantial completion or insufficient completion.
Correct.
Okay. I think I got that mostly right, but whatever she said is the one that stands in the record for Ms. Bissett. Okay. Any discussion? Looking. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. At this point, what I would like to do, and thank you for people who have been waiting. I know you're waiting for an event or an item coming up. We are going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back to address the next items and get to them right away. So we are in recess for 10 minutes. Are you ready? There we go. I'd like to call the Keizer City Council back into session. We are going to resume our agenda with item 9D, discussion regarding the renaming of the sports parks. City Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I received a request from 3 council members to put this on the agenda. Councilor Parsons, Christopher, and Council President Starr. I just noticed I left one R off your name in the staff report, so caught my I think this first came up last year when I started meeting with Little League and McNair Youth Baseball, and the Little League president said, will you please change the name of the Keizer Little League Park? Because as the Keizer Little League president, she gets calls about the Keizer Little League Park, which is a city facility, not a Little League. I know I shared that feedback. Some of you received it directly from them too. And we haven't really settled on a name for the Keizer Rapids synthetic turf field either. So there were some suggestions put out by this group, but also I believe the same group said, you know what, they got some feedback, and depending on what we do with the subsequent item using the sports facilities company, they did say that they have some branding and marketing folks that could help if we were with them in helping to determine a name. They gave some examples of how the naming would potentially impact the utilization of the park. And so for this item, I think I have the support from the people that asked to put it on the agenda to table it until maybe the next council meeting after we see if there's decisions made. And even the advice we've given, been given, I think, also leads us to rethink the suggestions that we had come up with, which were in the council packet. We were recommendation was to do Keizer Sports Complex East and the Keizer Sports Complex West, but there may be better ways to brand that to increase the utilization of it. So with your permission, I request that this item be tabled.
All right. Any objection to tabling, or should we do that by unanimous consent?
Mm-hmm.
All right. By unanimous consent, this item is tabled pending the further conversations here and additional information for naming. All right, we are going to go to 9E, which is discussion related to transient occupancy tax. So I'm going to go to the city manager, and we have 2 people here who have very patiently waited as well to speak to this issue. So we'll call them up after we get the staff report and the council questions on the staff report. With that, city manager.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor and Council. This team, I will lean on the city attorney a little bit because as we've been exploring this other option, he's been doing his own research and feels like there's something different than the recommendation here. Basically, back in January, when we made the agreement to work with sports facilities companies, Travel Salem and Councilor Cross brought up and said, the city should explore a tourism promotion area. We have been calling in short TPA. And so we went out and contacted the hoteliers. We eventually had a joint meeting. We had all 3 of them scheduled, and then one of them got the flu the very morning of that presentation. But Travel Salem, Angie Villarreal, who's here, and Irene and myself had this presentation, and actually our own Chamber of Commerce Director, Dan Clem, was there also, and Councilor Cross. we gave them a good presentation. It was received well by the two that were there. And subsequent to that, in just kind of getting feedback from individually from council members, the idea that maybe instead of the tourism promotion area, we ought to consider a transient occupancy tax came up. And so we looked at that, and the original intent, again, was so that we would, any increment that we changed that was through the TPA or through the transient occupancy tax, that money would go towards primarily the, what's now known as the Keizer Little League baseball, Keizer Little League Park, to improve the facility. And the long-term goal would be to have it completely synthetic turf and lit, which would increase the usability, of the field, and also allow us to charge higher rates for tournaments, because it would be a nicer complex with that dedicated stream. And then also I've also heard some desire to put some money towards the promotion, but the bulk of it being going towards capital improvements in the baseball, softball park. So as we put this together, Mr. Lindsay and I originally talked about this, and we thought this would be just a matter of an ordinance to amend it. The transient occupancy tax, also sometimes referred to as transient lodging tax, TLT. But upon review, really up through today, and Mr. Lindsay contacted the League of Oregon Cities, other cities that have recently done it, and he's come to a determination that it should be done through the ballot initiative, which would take a bit more. There is time to get it on the November ballot. It would take some work on Mr. Lindsay and I's part to prepare it. With the transient occupancy tax, there's also a 5% fee that would go to the hoteliers for administration of that, which if it was divided equally among that, that's about $12,000 a year for each of the hoteliers for their administration of it. And so we wanted to bring that question before you tonight to see if which route you would like us to go. And if you wanted us to put that in front of the voters, then we would need that direction today, and if we wanted to make that. So if it's okay, Mr. Lindsay, I'm going to pass the talking stick over to you.
Okay, and Madam Mayor, if that's okay as well.
Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, here's the thing. If we passed an ordinance on August 3rd, it would have to be a unanimous ordinance amending our current ordinance, which is the 6% TOT. In conjunction with, we would want to have a resolution that did a ballot title, because the ballot title would have to be done at the same time. If it were unanimous, then it would pass, and we could put language in there that said, instead of a 30-day appeal period for it to go into effect, if it were unanimous, it would actually be up until the November 3rd election. So we could feasibly do it as long as it was a unanimous vote to do it, for putting it on the ballot measure. You can amend it, but you would want to get a referendum to the people, and the reason for that is in researching this more, some cities are able to do this and get around the Oregon Constitution's Article 1, Section 32, which says that taxes either have to are enacted with the proof of the people or by permission of the people or by the Legislative Assembly. And in order to get around that, our charter would have had to given you the power to enact these things. So the cities that enact them straight up have in their charter that they can pass this by ordinance without going to a vote of the people, where ours is silent on that. And so my advice is to do it as a vote of the people, because an increase in this, and I would say don't repeal it, just amend it, but an increase in this would be the raising of taxes and therefore should have, go to the vote of the people.
And I'll add to that we have right now 6% transient occupancy tax. And it was done before 2003 when the state legislature said that any new transient occupancy tax needs to be spent 70% on tourism-related activities, and 30% is unrestricted. Because ours is grandfathered, we fall back to a council-stated percentage, which for us is 20/80. Now, the reality of it is you have been allocating almost all of your transient occupancy tax towards tourism promotion activities. But you want to retain that freedom in the future. So we would continue this 6% separate. Any increase, whether it be through a TPA or through the transient occupancy tax, we would do separate. The transient occupancy tax was changed this year from 70/30 to January 1st, it will go to 50/50. So any new money, if it was increased, the timing actually works here, because if it does go, we do send it to the voters, and it could start January 1, then it would fall under the 50/50 split. But again, we would still want to track those percentages separate. The 6 would remain under the 20/80. The 4 would go under the 50/50. And then, again, the last thing I'll say is you also do have that option if you want us to continue down the route of the TPA, the tourism promotion area, then that's a decision that has to be made by the hoteliers by voting. They would have to be, and 33% of them cannot oppose it, which basically means we would need all 3 of our hoteliers to support it for it to pass. There is the Airbnbs and the VRBOs. They do make things a little bit more complicated, and I had a really good education from Travel Salem about those organizations, how I believe the city of Salem treats them as individual owners, so they all have kind of voting rights, but there is a way to do it where like VRBO would get 1 vote and Airbnb 1 vote, basically, hopefully I didn't butcher that too much, but, so that's the discussion in front of you today is, would you like us to go down the increase in the transient occupancy tax, or continue down the tourism promotion area?
Sure, define life in 25 words or less. Easy peasy. I've got questions, but I'm going to let council go first. So I'm starting at this end. I've been picking on Marlene. Any questions from Councilor Duran at this point? Council President Starr?
It's all swirling around in my head, so I'm gonna pause for a minute and collect my thoughts.
I'm experiencing some of that swirl myself. Councilor Cross, any questions at this point?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to save my questions for after Mr. Astley and Angie speak.
Okay, thanks. Definitely will have plenty of opportunity. Just want to catch the first round. Councilor Colon, any questions? Councilor Parsons?
Yep,
Okay.
I do. I actually have probably a couple questions. So if we decide, as I'm reading this, House Bill 4148, it's saying that we have to delete the 6% to get to the 10% if it passes. So if it doesn't pass, are we losing the 6%? That's one question.
I could answer that. You could amend what you're doing so that the fallback provision would be, the no would be to the amendment.
Okay, and if we enact upon this now, we have time to get it on the ballot?
It's very close. It would have to be a unanimous vote at the next meeting in order, and then pass the resolution with the ballot title that I would also prepare so that you guys can vote on that, so that we could get that into publication in the Keizer Times, because the last day to hand it off is August 14th.
Okay.
To our elections
And
official.
I guess I just don't understand, because the transit occupancy tax is for tourists. Like, our taxpayers aren't paying any of this.
Yeah,
That's just kind of weird. And third of all, that money gets to stay in Keizer, correct?
correct.
Awesome. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a couple questions, and I'm going to call up Angie and Irene and Greg, so stand by on that.
Mayor, did you want to ask
Oh,
me?
you know what? I am so sorry. Yes, coming around. Counselor Christopher, and then I'll take my turn.
So, this is probably for Joe. So, Joe, you're saying that it would be illegal for us to take independent action without a vote of the people to increase the transient occupancy tax from 6 to 4%. It's illegal.
Well, I would say that our charter is silent on it, and because of that, in order to fall in suit with the Oregon Constitution of not raising taxes without either the power of the people or the Legislative Assembly, that the course of action I am advising is to go to the people on this. Because all of the cities, the ones that have done this, their charters have it in it, and that ostensibly has gone to the people, right? Because the charter amendments happen via the electors. And so we haven't done that in our charter, our 2020 charter. And so, yeah, I'm saying the legal way to proceed is to go to the ballot.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
yeah.
So I'm going to follow up on that question. Thank you, Counselor Christopher. How was our original one done? I know you have to go back.
Well, and
Not by ballot.
That,
no,
I didn't,
there was a special notification in the paper. There was a finding that, it's like section 1119A didn't apply, which is a provision about, that was created, I think, after Measure 50. And then it was passed by a vote of the council. And that was the choice of the council at the time on their advice of their council.
which would have been,
In
Lean and Johnson.
1990, in the 90s.
yeah,
Yeah, I think 98 or 99.
okay. Well, it was the same legal counsel we had during that time period. Counselor Christopher, why don't you ask your question? I'm going to go look at something.
Thank you. So the follow-up to that is, could we put a ballot measure could we get a ballot measure on the ballot for this November that changes our charter?
You could, that might be, I mean, it's the same idea. If you
Yeah,
wanted to
but
change
then
the
we don't-
charter.
Then we don't go through this in the future, should future councils see a need to increase the transient occupancy tax, because these aren't local folks,
Yeah.
and these are not our citizens who are having a tax burden put on them. These are visitors to our city who in effect are helping to supplement the costs that it costs us to give them, to pay for their tourism. So I'm wondering if the better way, I'm looking to you, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the better way was to just put a charter amendment in there that gives us the power to do that now, and then for future and subsequent city councils.
I like your thinking.
What I would do is I would say timing is sort of a big deal with a charter amendment. I need to make sure that the timelines are not slightly different for that under the election law. So
Okay.
I will respond
And you
to
see,
everyone.
and you see where I'm going, Joe. I'd
do.
like to fix it once and for all, not just once.
And I've heard where, and seen where, just in my research now, where charters have said they would allow for transient occupancy tax, or transient lodging tax is also called, not to exceed, and they'll put a higher amount so that councils can, give the voters the idea that, oh, okay, we'll let you go up to a certain amount. So I have seen it that way, just to give you an idea of what the flavor is.
Follow up, I
yes,
think
of course.
that's weird because the voters are never paying this tax. Only the visitors to the hotels.
Yeah.
And we're about, I think we're half of Salem. We're 6 and I think Salem is 12. So we're far, far below what Salem is doing, but all of that money goes to supplement the cost of tourism.
So, Councilor Christopher, I really appreciate the direction of your comments. This is throwing me for a loop because this is not where my brain was anticipating this conversation was going to go. But I appreciate your legal advice, Mr. Lindsay, and I also want to better understand how our original was done, because we've only amended the charter a couple of times, and I don't believe this provision was addressed in our charter revision, but I'm not sure of that. So I need to better understand this before I jump into this. My second question, I appreciate the timing, but what's the rush for November when this could be on May?
Oh, and I don't feel any rush at all. I wanted to give you your option.
Okay, thank you.
So when it was asked if it could be done by November, there isn't an avenue, but there is a rush to that avenue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate the clarification. Question?
Yes, because do we have to pay to have it on the ballot if we put it in the general? We have to pay if we put it on May, right?
No.
That's the other general,
That's
so to
the
speak.
other general.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The general and the
The
state primary or
yeah,
something
yeah,
like that
yeah.
are the two that don't have a special election cost to it.
Yeah.
If I remember right.
That is my memory as well.
Look at our elections officer.
That's my understanding as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm really confused. Anyway, Mr. Brown?
Well, so yeah, and I just want to say Mr. Lindsay and I have talked about this even throughout today, and Friday as he was researching it, and he was expecting more information today, which he got, and we talked about that option of the charter, and our only question is whether it could be done in the same time frame as if we wanted to try to go for the November election. But the May election is also a possibility.
Okay, thank you. And so I've got one more comment, then I want to shift gears and give our honored guests a chance to address us on the alternative of the, what do you call it, the TPA? Let's see if I can recapture that question again. So on the TLT, or TOT, whatever we're calling it these days. Okay, I lost the question. It went zipping out of my brain. So you know what? I'm going to shift gears since I mentioned it anyway. Is everybody good with, let's set this aside for a moment. I'm going to let my brain settle. And I'd like to hear more information on the TPA from our guests. So is everybody good with that? All right. So with that, Angie and friends, would you like to come forward, please? And thank you for hanging in with us this evening. All right, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Angie Villery. I'm President and CEO of Travel Salem. Delighted to be here with you this evening. Would like to just share a little bit about Travel Salem and what a TPA is. Travel Salem is a regional destination marketing organization. We serve Marion and Polk counties and the 24 cities within. So Keizer is certainly one of the wonderful communities that we promote and support in our work. We just had Ironman in the market. You're all probably familiar with that. And we visited a couple of the hotels here in Keizer today, and they were full with Ironman folks. So that event, which is in its 6th year, I think, we recruited in during COVID, actually. And we spent about $65,000 to have that event come to our community, and it does fill up the entire region and beyond. A tourism promotion area is a funding tool that is for the industry, by the industry, and managed by the industry. It is hoteliers who are the ratepayers who come forward together and unite and say we want to self-assess a fee on our guests and collect that fee and remit it to a DMO to market our hotels, our communities, to fill our hotel rooms. The whole purpose of a tourism promotion area is to drive rate, to increase the rate they're able to charge for rooms and the occupancy. And when both of those things are going up, you have higher TOT. So it's the formula for success. The reason that TPAs are formed is so that the hoteliers can actually have some say about the money that they're collecting and how it's going to be used for their industry's benefit. And so we have a TPA committee that made up of only hoteliers, and they make all the decisions about how those monies are going to be spent. So it's a wonderful tool. The TOT that we've been talking about, that Adam's been talking about, the transient occupancy tax is something that was formed long ago, also by hoteliers, to generate revenues to promote hotels. And, you know, they also agreed that they wanted to support their communities. That's why there has been a split of funding. And Greg could talk more historically about that split, but hotels want to be good partners in the community. They live in our communities, they residents as well, and they want to support all the great things that the TOT funds do support. So I want to talk a little bit about the process that we've been going through. So since really late 2025, Councillor Cross was interested in having the Keizer hotels join the Salem Tourism Promotion Area. The Salem Tourism Promotion Area generates over $1 million. And what's wonderful about the TPA is as those monies come in and you're marketing your destination, the TOT funds go up. So you're generating more funds by having these marketing dollars that are working really hard. The STPA has been incredibly successful. The rates have gone up significantly, occupancy is up significantly, and we focus on marketing the shoulder season, which is November through March, which is the most difficult time to get visitors in the community. So we've been talking and exploring ideas with Councillor Cross and Mayor Clark and City Manager Brown. At the end of June, we did have a meeting with hoteliers to really kind of jumpstart things. 2 hotels were in the room at that time, the Fairfield general manager and the owner of the Best Western. We presented the concept, the results and benefits of being part of a TPA, and they were very excited. Kanwar Dhaliwal, the owner of the Best Western, committed on site, said, I want to do this. This is great, let's do this. Gary at the Fairfield was like, this is so exciting. I'm so excited to hear about it. It's really powerful. I'm going to go talk to our owners about joining as well. The benefit of joining the existing TPA with all the Salem hoteliers is that you're convening a larger scale of money, a pool of funds that benefit all of those payers. And with larger scale, we can do a lot more. And so our marketing that we currently do does benefit other communities, but they don't pay into it. So this way, if Keizer hotels are actually paying into it, they can get mentioned in the campaigns that we're using to market the destination. So the process was underway. We had commitment really from one hotel. The other hotel was interested, Holiday Inn Express. We still had trouble getting a hold of it until today. Then I found out last week late, I think it was Thursday or Friday, in a conversation with Adam, we were supposed to be discussing the ordinance. I wanted to talk with him about using Salem's ordinance as sort of a template and how it could be customized for Keizer. And he informed me at that time that the city wanted to go in a different direction. instead of doing the TPA, which is controlled by the hoteliers, and we had talked about a 4% rate with the hotels. He said that the city now wanted to take that 4% in TOT collections and designate it to a specific purpose around infrastructure. He noted to me that he had had multiple conversations with city councilors individually and that he had enough votes to make that happen. I asked a few questions about how the process for the city goes in terms of establishing or changing an ordinance, increasing the TOT.
Madam Mayor,
We're going to have to
I
pause
need
for
to
just a
stop
second.
that, yeah, because I did not say that I had enough votes to make that happen.
100%. Okay, that's okay. I'd like to be able to continue, please.
Yes, I just want to press pause because of serial meeting law. So that was a comment. We just want to make sure we got on the record.
Yeah, and
Please
I'm
proceed.
I'm aware of the implications of that.
Thank you.
So, he notified me that, to change the percentage, it would take, either 1 or 2 meetings of council, a unanimous vote in 1 meeting, and it could be done or over 2 meetings. And he said that the first conversation was starting today. And so I thanked him for the information. I called, hoteliers in Keizer. None of them knew anything about this. We obviously didn't know anything about it. And that raised a lot of red flags. I think the large concern that I have here is that we're all talking about people that aren't in this room. The hoteliers aren't in this room. I don't really know how we can talk about increasing a tax on them or doing it without them even being in the conversation at the table to have that type of dialogue. That's not good relationship building. That's not, in my opinion, very ethical. And it needs to be open and transparent. And I just don't see that happening. What is being talked about in terms of taking the money from the TPA and shifting that 4% over to the TOT is very questionable. The hoteliers have to collect this money on their backs. They have to price themselves competitively. It's an incredibly competitive environment, hospitality is. And when they are increasing tax on themselves, either a TOT tax or adding a TPA fee, they can't take that growth in rate. They lose their own margin. So it's a really big decision for them if they're going to be increasing the fees as a TPA, which is a fee, it's not a tax, or an actual tax, which is a TOT. So I'm surprised that they are not in this room and have not been part of the conversation around now changing it from a TPA, which they were buying into and excited to pursue, to now that money being taken from them and being used for something that they would have no say over. That's concerning to me. I also find the timing of this somewhat interesting, given that the House Bill 4148 passed in last session, which changes the split from 70-30 in tourism dollars at 70%, 30% going to the jurisdiction. As of January 1st of 2027, it changes to 50-50. So I do find it interesting that this conversation is now shifted from the TPA, which the hoteliers would have say in and control, to now a TOT, increasing the rate there, and the city would now be able to take 50% of a larger pie. So it all sounds just unfortunate. I'm gonna just be honest. I'm here to represent Travel Salem. I'm here to represent the tourism industry, and I'm here to represent the hoteliers who make it all possible. And, in the process of the conversation, multiple times, it was stated that Travel Salem is not trustworthy, and that there was concern by council that we were not trustworthy and not to be trusted in this deal. And I don't understand that. That's unfounded claim. I have no idea where that would come from, but I really do sit here in disbelief tonight in what I've heard and what I've experienced. And I'm here to answer questions for you. I've been doing this for 20 years. My colleague in the back of the room, Irene Bernards, has been doing it here for 40 years. I am privileged to work with the very best in this industry. And I've never heard of something like this. And I don't think the city council would want to make a decision that would impact a stakeholder or a group of stakeholders negatively without them being at the table. State of Oregon does not have a sales tax, but they have the TOT tax, and that is a sales tax. And what we saw happen in the last session, where the money was shifted from the industry to jurisdictions, and you have another fee being put on top of the statewide TOT that's now going to go to Fish and Wildlife. The industry is under attack, and it's not fair to ask our hoteliers to be the ones to pay for all of this. It's not right. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the industry. I'm happy to answer questions. My colleague Joey Jewell here, who is our Chief Sales Officer, he oversees our convention and group sales as well as our sports sales. Kanwar Dhaliwal, who's the owner of the Best Western, was not able to be here tonight. He's in California. He profusely apologized he couldn't be here in person. He has submitted some written testimony that I gave to the recorder. I've been asked to have it read to you this evening. Sorry for it being late. I think he did the best he could. But my colleague Joey Jewell will read that for you if you want to do that.
So July 20th, 2026, good evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Kanwar Dhaliwal and I own the Best Western Hotel in Keizer. This letter is to express my strong opposition to the proposed increase in the lodging occupancy tax. Keizer's lodging community has been engaged in productive discussions about creating a tourism promotion area. We met with Travel Salem and Keizer's city manager, and we're excited about the opportunity to partner with the existing Salem tourism promotion area. That approach would have allowed Keizer hotels to benefit from proven marketing programs, regional partnerships, and economies of scale, while giving the lodging industry a direct voice in how the funds we pay are invested to generate overnight stays. It is therefore both surprising and deeply disappointing to learn that the city is pursuing an entirely different path without first engaging the lodging businesses that would be paying this increased tax. Frankly, I have to ask why. If the city is proposing to increase a tax on my business, why wasn't I invited to the conversation? Why weren't the hotels consulted before this proposal was developed? Why has there been no meaningful discussion with the very businesses that will be expected to fund it? From where we sit, this feels less like a collaborative effort and more like an end run around the lodging industry. Rather than working with the hotels to develop a tourism promotion area where those paying the assessment have a voice in how the money is invested, the city appears to be choosing a process that allows it to collect additional tax revenue without providing the lodging industry any meaningful oversight or input. That raises legitimate concerns about transparency, accountability, and governance. Public trust is built through open dialogue and stakeholder engagement, not by developing proposals behind closed doors and presenting them after the decisions appear to have already been made. The lodging industry is not asking to avoid investing in tourism. In fact, we initiated the conversation because we believe investing in destination marketing is essential. But there's a significant difference between a tourism promotion area where the hotels paying the assessment determine how those dollars are used to increase visitation, and a general tax increase where those same businesses have no control over how the funds are ultimately spent. We all share the goal of bringing more visitors to Keizer. The issue before you is not whether tourism deserves investment. The issue is whether the businesses being asked to pay more deserve transparency, respect, and a meaningful seat at the table. I urge the council to pause this proposal, engage directly with Keizer's lodging community, and explain why the collaborative path that was already underway was abandoned. Work with us, not around us, to develop a solution that is transparent, accountable, and truly serves the interests of both the city and the businesses that help drive its visitor economy. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Kanwar Dhaliwal.
Thank you. I do have some people want to ask questions. Would you prefer them now or after Greg speaks? After? Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Clark, members of the council. For the record, my name is Greg Astley. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Oregon Restaurant and Lodging Association. We're a statewide organization representing Oregon's hospitality industry, and I'm testifying today to express some concerns about the proposed increase in Keizer's transient occupancy tax, or TOT, from 6% to 10%. And I have to apologize, up until I was preparing my testimony at 5 PM this evening, I was preparing testimony for a proposed ordinance. And now we're being told that it'll be a ballot measure potentially. So if any of my testimony seems off, that's why. Orla understands the importance of tourism promotion and economic development. We appreciate the city's efforts to identify sustainable resources to support those priorities. But this proposal represents a significant tax increase that deserves careful consideration and meaningful engagement with the lodging industry. The proposed increase is not a small adjustment. You're moving from a 6% tax, which is what you are currently, not including the statewide tax, which will go up to 2.75 after the first of the year, to a 10% tax. Now that's a 4% point increase, but more importantly, it's a 67% increase in the tax rate. And if you had asked anybody else to pay a 67% increase in their taxes, I think you'd probably have some pushback. There are only 3 hoteliers in Keizer, so it's a smaller voice, but it's still an important one. That nearly doubles the amount of tax that's paid by lodging guests. Those are visitors to the city of Keizer. Those are people you've welcomed into your home. It's not just a technical change. It's going to have a direct impact on visitors, lodging businesses, and the competitiveness of Keizer as a destination. Now, at the same time, 80% of the city's existing TOT revenue is unrestricted, meaning you can spend that however you want. Public safety, ball fields, whatever you want. No,
he's correct.
According to your memo, 80% is unrestricted. Yes, I know a lodging tax can be confusing. 80% is available to you to spend however you choose. Only 20% is currently slated for tourism promotion, marketing, or facilities. So before we almost double the current TLT or TOT, I think the city should carefully evaluate how those existing unrestricted revenues can be prioritized and used to meet the goals that you're discussing. There are concerns about the process surrounding this proposal. The recent change in direction from pursuing a tourism promotion area, a TPA, to just increasing the TOT. And the notice for this meeting and this topic was posted barely 5 days ago, 4:45, 5 days ago. And again, now we're being told that instead of an ordinance, it's going to be a proposed ballot measure, which is completely different. So I'm questioning whether that 5 days notice is actually applicable in this case. Implementation of any change this large has to be carefully considered. Hotel rooms are sometimes booked 6 to 12 months in advance. The people that were just here for Ironman are already looking to come back next year. People that want to come here for tournaments next year, for Iris Fest, whatever it may be, are looking ahead. And when they have already made those reservations based on a specific total price that they've already been told, that includes any applicable taxes. So any change in the tax rate has to account for those existing reservations, whatever group bookings or contracts might be in place, and the guests who have already committed to a particular room rate. The lodging businesses should not be placed in the position of absorbing a significant tax increase because this implementation process failed to account for reservations made months earlier, and guests shouldn't be surprised by unexpected increases to the price they agreed to pay. We respectfully ask that the City Council slow down this process, engage directly with the hoteliers, the people who are having face-to-face contact with those guests and visitors who are coming to your city, and fully evaluate the use of those existing unrestricted revenues before imposing a 67% increase in the TOT. Tourism promotion and economic development are incredibly important, but a tax increase of this magnitude requires transparency, adequate notice, meaningful industry engagement, and a clear implementation plan. Salem's TOT is 9% with a 2% TPA. If you move ahead to 10%, along with the 2.75 after July 1, or after January 1, excuse me, you will be on par with destinations like Bend, Cannon Beach on the coast, and other very high tourism areas. So before you make that decision, I want you to ask yourselves if you feel like you're in that class of locations for people to come and visit, and I certainly think you are. But I want you to just ask yourself if visitors are going to be willing to pay 12.75 on top of their room rates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got questions, so I'm going to kind of come around the list, and then we'll circle again as people have other questions. Okay, I'm going to start with Councilor Parsons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have like 3 or 4, is that okay? Or do I have to say just one more?
You'll have to say just one more.
Okay.
All right.
First of all, I think that what we're trying to do here when Councilor Cross was introducing this was to make sure that the funds we get go to our sports, these new sports facilities that we have to bring in tourism. But if the hotel owners say we have to spend it on something else, then we're not getting what we want in essence, right? So that's number one. It's not really a question. I guess that's a statement. Number two, if we were to go through Travel Salem and do this 4% TPA, what is your take on this? Well, how much do you guys get?
Nothing.
We get the whole 4%.
Okay, so if the Keizer hotels join the current TPA program, first of all, we're not going to call it a Salem Tourism Promotion Area anymore.
Okay.
It's going to be called probably the Mid-Willamette Valley TPA.
Okay.
The 4% would come to Travel Salem, and it gets blended in with the other money in that pool from the other hoteliers, and the hoteliers that are on that committee decide how to spend that. So Travel Salem doesn't take any money. We don't get paid for this. That's not how it works. So the money benefits the hoteliers and goes 100% into programs that drive returns and return on investment. And we measure it. We have 1,000 different types of data platforms that we're looking at to make sure that our programs work. We meet with the hoteliers every other month to say this is what's happening, this is how things are working or not working. We recommend a shift for whatever reason things happen. As an example, they had approved $100,000 toward a Latinx Hispanic, a Spanish-speaking campaign to start talking directly to those consumers that we know visit here, but we haven't talked to them directly. We had to put that on hold because of all the immigration activity in the market and sort of like consumers and visitors feeling unsure. So we constantly are adjusting to the circumstances that we're operating in, communicating with the hoteliers so we can make the right decisions with their guidance.
Okay, one more? At least just one more.
I think Mr. Astor
Sorry,
has-
Mayor Clark, Councilor Parsons, just to address your first comment, I think that's what we're advocating here is to have a discussion with the hoteliers to see what guests are looking for. And hoteliers are smart business people. They're going to know that if you improve those fields and you draw more tournaments and you draw more people who are going to spend the nights in their hotel, everybody wins. You get better fields, you get more visitors, they get more money. It works,
Well,
but
they
only
just
if
tell
you
us
have a
how much money
conversation.
though, right?
Well, it's a conversation. It's a back and forth as to what the priorities are. And again, they're going to see that if you're bringing more people in because the fields are improved and you have more tournaments, that's more people that are staying overnight in their hotel rooms. That's what they want.
No, I understand that. I get that. I travel a lot, cross countries. I stay hotels where I pay lots of money in taxes. There's every kind of tax in the world at some of these hotels. And I get that. And that's how, but the hotel collects it ahead of time. And then they pay the city and they take an administrative fee. So how are they out the money? They're really not. They collect it ahead of time. I guess that's what I was understanding from you.
So currently you're at 6%. If
Yeah.
I've already booked a room for next June to come to Keizer, I'm anticipating paying a 6% room tax rate. That's what I've been told. That's what I've booked. If this now goes to 10%, that hotelier either has to eat that 4% or they have to come back to me as a guest and say, I'm sorry, it's now 10% instead of 6%. And you can imagine the kind of
Well,
complaints
that's
that
happened
leads
to
to.
me a couple of times, so
Sure.
I know, I understand that. I
Sure.
mean, because they're going to try not to eat it, they're going to do that, and I understand that. What I'm just trying to understand from you is what we're trying to do is bring in a lot of sports, but we have to improve the sports facilities to do that. We want them to help us improve those sports fields, because I'll tell you, you do that and they're coming, right? All these tournaments are coming, and I travel around with softball all the time, and baseball, so I know that we have tournaments all the time, and we're right off I-5. So I guess I don't understand the argument very well. I understand that an ordinance is an ordinance, but I don't know. to me, it doesn't matter if it's 10 or 4. I don't.
Well, again, I think it comes down to having a conversation with those hoteliers. They're the ones that have to face the guest who's paying that 10% TOT plus the 2.75 for the state.
So just the 3 in our city would determine, or a whole group of them?
Well, that's a
For
question
every
for
city?
Angie with the TPA, so.
Okay.
It's the
That's my
entire
last-
committee, it's Counselor Parsons, it's the entire committee that would make those decisions. I did want to mention that recently, the STPA committee approved $300,000 toward turf at the Chemeketa facility where the Marionberries play. So there is interest when it makes sense. The hoteliers, obviously, as Greg said, they're very intelligent, savvy business people. I want to remind you, however, that what we're talking about, a 4% TPA, that would be for the hoteliers to control that pot of money, you still have 6% that you get to control. And if you decide you want to put that money into the fields as well, great. But I think that, you know, it's only fair to have a conversation with the people who are paying the fees, as opposed to just being told, this is what we're doing with your funding. And keeping in mind, again, that if you have marketing money being invested to drive visibility of the destination and drive bookings, your TOT is going to go up. So it's strategic investment. It's not about taking from one or the other. It's a beautiful strategy.
All right, thank you. Councilor Kohler, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for coming tonight. I know it probably wasn't high on your list of things to do. Couple questions. Would the TPA also require a vote of the people, like the increase of that we're talking about tonight?
No, that's the difference. So it's not a tax, it is a fee, and it is self-assessed by the ratepayer. So the hoteliers themselves come together and agree as a unit that we want to do this, to work together. They have control over whether the ordinance renews at the renewal date. If they want to dismantle it, they don't think it's working for them, or there's any other challenges, they can dismantle it as well. But they're the ones who decide that it continues or doesn't continue. And, sorry, I can't remember exactly your question.
So for example, if Mayor?
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, doesn't need a public vote, yeah.
So if I had an ice cream store and I decided for every ice cream cone I sold, I wanted to put 25 cents into a bucket, I don't need any voter approval to do that, and no city has to approve it. I'm going to take that 25 cents and I'm going to earmark that to do something that I think is going to increase my business. That's kind of what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, and the benefit of having the city involved is that the city really functions as a fiscal agent. So you have an ordinance in place, so any new hoteliers that come into the market, everybody knows what the playing field is. Those fees are paid to the city then directs them to the agency that's executing the marketing. So that's typically how it works. But it is not a public, I can't remember who said it, but these are not taxpayer dollars. These are not residents here that are generating these funds. These are visitors that are staying in our market, fees collected by the hotelier directed back to the industry. So it does not require a public vote.
Just one more?
Just one more, please. Thank you. So if I understand this right, you're saying that the hoteliers, that's a new word for me, hoteliers will collect these funds and submit them to the TPA, and then will the city have a whole bunch of say, or any say at all, really, how those funds are spent? Because you said like the hotels will have opportunities to decide where those funds go. Is that taking our authority, or I mean, you're going to be listening to us?
Well, I think the whole point of a TPA is to empower the people that are collecting it. So you would not directly, as a city council, have control over those funds. If you want to have a project tackled, or you have ideas, or want to collaborate with them on a project, then that would be a conversation you would have with them, and then they would decide how they want to proceed with that. The TOT, they have no say about. None. And that's why TPAs have been formed across the country. Entire states are run on TPAs. California is almost 100% on TPAs. Washington State as well. Because the industry in those places frustrated with not having any say about how their money is being spent in their own communities to benefit the industry. So TPAs were formed by the ratepayers coming together and say, we're gonna assess this ourselves. We're gonna be accountable to each other for this money, but no, you as a council would not have any say on those TPA dollars.
Interesting, thank you.
Councilor Cross?
Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have pressed pause for station identification?
Do I have to suspend the rules?
No.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we continue the meeting until we've completed the agenda.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we continue the meeting time to complete the agenda. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, to our regularly scheduled program. Councilor Cross.
Okay, I have a couple questions. Well, first I have a statement. I want to go back to Angie's, what she said. She called me after her conversation with Mr. Brown, and she repeated exactly what she said. Only they know what's on there, but I want to apologize that she was that upset, and I know her passion for the industry because I have the same passion for the industry, and I sat through those meetings with the hoteliers, and I was upset this weekend that the hoteliers weren't contacted for that. So from my peers in the industry, I just want to apologize. And then I have a question first for Joe. Was that a serial meeting? Is that considered a serial meeting? If we said something about vote counting?
No, here's the way a serial meeting works is if people knew, I assume you're talking about this vote counting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, our city manager can vote count, and oftentimes city managers will vote count.
Right.
What shouldn't be done under current rules is you shouldn't share that out with any of the other members of the council, because then it would be that technical serial meeting as an intermediary. So you just want to make sure that you don't, if you vote count as an outsider, trying to figure out what the temperature is, you just make sure that that information doesn't get back to any of the counselors, like how all the other counselors are going to vote.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And Angie, you did say, what else did you said something in there about that the council doesn't trust Travel Salem? I trust Travel Salem. Okay, just so you know. And I sat on the SGPA group, and it works greatly. I mean, I know Luke's out there somewhere. I think I saw him. And, you know, they voted to 250 or 300,000 to those fields. So hoteliers are very smart. And after all that, because I'm sitting there looking at Angie, I'm going to think about what my question was.
You'll have another opportunity. I'm going to go to Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just, first of all, want to make a statement that I thought we were having a discussion about which direction to move forward. So I'm surprised that there would be, the messaging would be communicated prior to, any kind of messaging would be communicated to the hotels in our city prior to the city council having any kind of discussion. So Mr. Astley, to your point, our agenda was published, and the agenda did say discussion related to. In my mind, we were not coming here to make a decision tonight on a percentage, or, I mean, we were coming here to discuss that, right? The percentage, what the format was gonna be, what the structure was gonna be. Did we want to direct staff, or what we, you know, if we wanted to direct staff to look at a different structure. So I think we met our public meeting posting laws in order to have the discussion that is in the agenda, because, so I have a laundry list of questions that I made as the three of you were making your comments that I'd like to be able to just get out, and then we can have that dialogue. But I'm surprised about, and Angie, I've known you a long time. I'm surprised at the, I guess, are the hotels in Keizer members of Travel Salem?
Travel Salem does not have a membership program. So no, they're not members of Travel Salem.
So how do they participate in Travel Salem?
They might have listings on our website. They might have information in our visitor center. You know, if we get requests from meeting planners or event organizers that need more inventory than what is in Salem, we certainly work to try to fill Keizer hotels.
So if we were to go with this TPA, our 3 hotels, and by the way, can somebody tell me where this 4th hotel is that I heard about today?
I think it's my house. But
I mean,
there is no 4th hotel.
okay, so the information that we got earlier today in the report from is not correct. Okay, because I was racking my brain. All righty. Thank you for clarifying. So those 3 hotels, if we were to join the Salem STPA, and there's how many in the current STPA? How many hotel members are there?
In the committee or payers? There are 23 hotels in the city of Salem, more coming online as we speak. There are 11 hotels on the committee, but there's probably about 4 or 5 that are truly, really active.
Okay.
So yes.
11 members are on the committee that are in Salem, and our 3 hotels from Keizer basically could be outvoted all the time. I'm just pure number perspective. Our 3 hotels in Keizer could be outvoted by the 11 on the current STPA committee.
Technically, that would be correct.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay. Then my next question is, we don't have to join the STPA. We can form our own Keizer TPA, yes?
You can absolutely do whatever the hoteliers want to do. Yes, that would be their choice.
So, just out of curiosity, to me, it seems like it was premature to have a conversation with our local Keizer hotels saying we were doing an about face, the city was doing an about face, and we're not going to do anything related to the Salem TPA. Because maybe in our discussion tonight, because it was my question, what would it look like? This was a question I wanted from staff. What would it look like for us to form a Keizer TPA? So I think that's where my surprise is that we didn't get the opportunity as a council to have the discussion before you called the hoteliers that are located in Keizer and told them what we were thinking about doing. I didn't get to have the conversation with my colleagues on the dais before our local businesses were told that we were going to do something different. So that is a surprise to me to hear that happened, because I wanted to have a conversation with my colleagues first.
Councilor Starr, I understand your perspective on that. But I think part of the challenge is that the hoteliers are still not here having the conversation. And the memo that was published with your agenda from City Manager Brown was very clear about what the trajectory of the dialogue tonight was. The TPA was mentioned in there, but it was an option that was sort of like discounted. The recommendation coming from the city manager for tonight's discussion was to increase the TOT by 4%. I'm just going by what was on the...
Let me be abundantly clear. He works for us.
I'm aware of that.
Right? So the 7 of us on this council are the ones that decide and give direction to staff. So that might have been in his staff report, but that didn't mean that was what was going to come and that was what was going to be the result of the conversation today. So again, I'm surprised that our hoteliers, and to your point, they're not here, it's because we didn't have a discussion about what to direct staff to do to have a conversation with those businesses. Like, I think that it would be fair for us to have, in the spirit of transparency, as you mentioned, it would be fair for us to have this conversation on the dais to give our employee, the city manager, the direction that we wanted him to go in having those conversations with the hoteliers in our city. We as a group hadn't had that discussion yet, and I feel like that opportunity was taken from us because you had premature conversations with the hoteliers telling them something that we hadn't decided what we wanted to do yet because we didn't have that conversation. And I think Councilor Parsons asked a question about what does Travel Salem get from the TPA? And I just want to make sure I understand your answer. You said nothing. You said Travel Salem gets nothing from the TPA, right? The money's pooled and then Travel Salem does the work. But that TPA money goes into the budget of Travel Salem, correct?
If we're managing money and we're spending money and there's revenue and expenses, it's absolutely in the budget, yes.
So then you do get something from the money from Keizer in that it goes into your budget and helps pay the budget of Travel Salem and the expenses that would be, whether that's salary from staff time, whether that's, so you are getting something from a TPA from our TPA, if we were to join it. And I want to ask Mr. Astley just a clarifying question because you were supportive of the 4% TPA increase, but then you said you were against a 4%, even if we were to change directions, which I don't think anybody had decided what we wanted to do. So you were in support of a 4% TPA and now you're against a 4% ordinance? Or any kind of an increase in the transient occupancy tax?
So Mayor Clark, Council President Starr, the TPA, the difference is the hoteliers have some measure of control over that money. So they are able to determine, after talking with their guests, where that money should be spent. And it might be on ball fields. It might be on promotion. The difference is with the 4%, as Angie has said before, the city council decides. And right now you have 80% of that you can decide how that goes, where it goes. It's a very small group of people that you're taxing that have no say in where those taxes go.
If we did that, if we went
Currently,
in that
under
direction.
the system,
but again,
the 6%.
this was just a discussion. And so,
Council President Starr, the packet that you have, and I hope you can understand how this appears, the packet that you have says the recommendation is to prepare an ordinance for increasing the TOT from 6 to 10%. I understand the intricacies of the employee
not always what we
relationship
do.
here. But what I'm saying is the recommendation is to increase it without talking to them.
But again, that wasn't necessarily the direction that we were going to go because
But it
our
was a
agenda said
possibility.
discussion on the transient
But it was a
occupancy.
possibility. It may not have been the direction you wanted to go, but it was a
might be a
possibility.
possibility that we decide to do nothing.
Sure, and a
right?
possibility that you decide to put this on the ballot
But our
or pass the
hoteliers
ordinance.
were told something before we got a chance to have a discussion about it, and that is what I'm frustrated about.
Have you talked to the hoteliers yourself? Have you reached out to any of them to have any discussion at all about TOT? At all?
For me?
Yes.
No, that's his job.
Well, as a counselor, you represent those people because they live here and they work in your town.
But we're not there yet. That's what I'm trying to tell. I feel like our opportunity to have this discussion was taken from us because of phone calls that were made before we as a council had the opportunity to have a discussion. I'm super frustrated, and I still want to go back to the fact that we reserve our right to form our own Keizer TPA so the money stays here in Keizer and doesn't get commingled into Salem. Is that correct?
Councilor Starr, that is
Thank you.
correct. Do I have an opportunity to respond to some of the comments that were stated?
Yes, and then we're going to go to the next counselor, or we're going to wrap this up, but I know Counselor Christopher has a number of questions. If I may press pause for a second, I want to go to our city attorney who has his hand up, if I may.
Thank you. And I, just because there does seem to be some miscommunication about timing on this. And so I did want to make sure that everybody understands what our usual process is. The reason this says discussion was, it would usually say ordinance by it if there was an actual ordinance. And so our council thought this was a discussion. There is no ordinance in the packet to vote on. And so, like, I'm just trying to legitimize the idea, and you guys wouldn't necessarily know that because it's not like you follow us all the time. But if there was an ordinance, it would have said ordinance instead of discussion, and they would have had an ordinance in front of them. So this really is a preliminary before we even get to it, because we're not going to do the work without their direction. And so just so everybody knows that this, because it sounds like a miscommunication that you thought for sure there could be an ordinance, and they thought for sure by seeing this, there was no ordinance in the packet. There was no way there was going to be an ordinance. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you, appreciate it. Ms. Valori?
So I just want to go back to a few things that Counselor Starr said. The hotels are not here tonight, not because they didn't want to be here, but because of such short notice, they could not change their plans. You have one hotel that's getting ready to open. There's no way he could make it here. The other hotelier had to go to California, deal with some other hotels that he has down there. So them not being here is in no way representative of their concern or wanting to be at the table. They just couldn't be here on such short notice. There's nothing that I have said tonight or anybody else has said that would prevent the council from having whatever conversation or discussion you need to have. Me doing follow-up with our stakeholders after my conversation with City Manager Brown, which indicated that things were moving in a certain direction because the votes were there to move from a TPA instead and do a TOT increase. And so it is my responsibility to always be transparent. We had already had significant dialogue regarding the TPA. The hoteliers were, one of them was 100% on board, the other one was getting on board, had to just move it through their owner. Things were moving in a certain direction. So it was my obligation to make sure that the partners know what's going on. And I can't imagine that you or anybody else would think it's good policy or good practice to have a conversation about a group of folks you're going to tax or engage in a certain high-level way like that without them at the table. So there's nothing that would prevent you from having the conversation, of course, tonight. You guys can do absolutely whatever you want to do. You can form your own TPA, you can do a TOT increase once you figure out how you guys want to mechanically do that. I'm here to be a voice for the industry and for those hoteliers that are not able to be here with you guys tonight. I also want to just say that you said that we're going to be getting money from the Keizer TPA, that Travel Salem's actually taking money from the TPA if Keizer were to do it. The way that that would look, and I know you know budgets in and out, you've managed them yourself, complex ones. There's an in on the revenue side, Keizer TPA or whatever it is, 300,000. There's an out for Keizer TPA of 300,000. So that money is being taken in for a restricted purpose, which would be for the Keizer TPA, and it is being expended for that restricted purpose. We have many, many multiple restricted funds that we have to manage, and they have kind of what they call donor restrictions to them. They can only be spent for a specific purpose. We've been doing that for a very long time. So I want to be very clear, again, what I said, we would not be getting any money from Keizer TPA. You would actually be, or the Keizer hotels would be taking advantage of a very large infrastructure of talented subject matter experts doing this work on your behalf, and you don't even have to pay for those staff people. You don't have to pay for any of that. So the benefit to the hoteliers, again, is to join a larger initiative where they're contributing to marketing that is driving results for their properties. If the Salem hotels see a value in improving the Keizer ball fields, which why wouldn't they see a value in that? They would also support that. But if the hoteliers as a group say they want to do an Expedia campaign or they want to do some other program, that's their decision. And they get lobbied all the time by different other groups that want money from them for different special projects, cultural groups and so forth. But again, it's for their decision. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councilor Duran for a couple of questions and then Councilor Christopher.
So we have 2 hotels currently in Keizer. How come they're not already members of your TPA?
Well, I'll tell you,
or Travel Salem?
right, when we have conversation with hotels that are outside of Salem, whether it's in Woodburn, Silverton, Keizer, other places, they say to us, we're gonna get the business anyway, so why would we become a member or support Travel Salem? Because the work we're doing is bringing in such large business that it compresses out to those communities anyway, so they don't feel a need to do that. It's been really wonderful that the Keizer hotels see the strategic advantage of aligning with their peers to do this work better at the highest level. That's been very refreshing. And again, that's the beauty of the TPA. They decide if they want to do it or if they don't want to do it, and they control how that works.
Another one.
Follow up?
So it sounds to me like you were telling these hotels that we're looking at 4%. So Salem's 2%? Is that correct?
So the hoteliers were considering a 4% TPA, which would still keep them 1% when all engrossed, when your entire engrossed collections out of the market. So that's the local TOT tax, the TPA on top of that, the statewide tax on top of that. They would still be 1% lower than Salem. And that was really important to those hoteliers. They wanted to be 1% lower than Salem. The 4% that is being proposed to you guys for your TOT was kind of insider information, really. That was information that was shared by the hoteliers amongst themselves about how much they would be willing to essentially kick into this pool of money to support marketing to benefit themselves. So that 4% was identified by them. And then it was really kind of taken for, or suggested for a different purpose. But they decide that. So.
Another follow-up.
One more, just one
So
more.
they were going to give 4% to be a minority member of Travel Salem. That's what
A
it sounds like
minority
to me.
member that they would be leveraging with whatever money that they're putting into the pool, another $1 million+ dollars, but also the staff that do the work, the experts that do the work.
But
So
they're
that's
already saying
their
they
choice.
don't-
What's
they
that?
don't- They're already saying they don't need to be a member because they're already getting benefits. So to me, it just sounds like, it sounds crazy to me. It sounds like you guys are looking for more money with their 4%.
That's unfortunate you feel that way. I'm sorry. That's not true.
That's it.
All right, one more. Councilor Christopher, you've been waiting.
Thank you. First off, a statement, and the statement is, I was surprised, Angie, when you said, I was really surprised and concerned. Well, not as surprised and concerned as I was when we got a full court press from Travel Salem tonight that's going to help us out, us poor dumb yokels who don't know what's best for our city. So I thank you for that, for helping us to determine what is best for our hotels. I will also say 11 hotels are already are already part of the Salem TPA, and our 3 hotels, if they came in, Councilor Duran is absolutely right. We're always going to be a minority. And let me tell you how well that's worked out for us on the Salem School District. Okay, so why can't those hotels, you've talked with them, you've had a pretty hard sell on getting those hotels to be part of the Salem TPA. What stops them from doing that? Why couldn't they pay in their 2% right now and be part of the TPA, regardless of what we decide to do? And I also say, this was a discussion. There was no action to be taken tonight. I don't think you've got consensus on council, but I don't know that because we can never talk anymore. So, maybe you do, but I don't think there's consensus on this council. I think that we were in an exploratory posture trying to decide what is best for our hotels. And Angie, I'll disagree with you on one thing. No one cares more about our hotels than the 7 city councilors that are sitting in Keizer. Nobody does. Nobody cares more about our city than the 7 city councilors that are looking to make the best decision for our city. It was, when you said it was moving in a certain direction, I'm not sure it was moving in a certain direction. I think it was moving in a certain direction for discussion. But as you can tell from the discussion that we've had, we have not made a decision on what we want to do. Mr. Astley, I hope you'll understand what the packet said. Mr. Astley, the packet said discussion. And so that's what we're having. We're having a discussion. We're not taking any action. We're having a discussion. We're looking at all the options and then we would talk with our hoteliers and bring them in and say, let's talk about all of these options and where we go from here. I agree with Counselor Starr. You were premature talking with them, Angie, and I think that makes us look as if we don't have their best interests in heart, and I think that's unfortunate. I think that's unfortunate that that's the situation that you have put us in.
Counselor Christopher, is there a question?
Yes. The question is, what prevents those two hotels from becoming part of the TPA, your TPA right now? Why can't they just start giving you 2%?
That absolutely is a possibility. They could, if they wanted to. That's called a voluntary TPA, and we're entering into an agreement with another hotel outside of the market as well, along those same lines.
Great. I think that may be something that you should put your passion into. And I say that because you've already pitched them. You've already given them all the benefits that they're going to accrue by being part of your organization. I think that puts us at a disadvantage that anything we're going to say, they've already had a pretty hard sell from Travel Salem. I don't know where we're going. I don't know what we're going to do, but I would agree. I think it was Counselor Kohler who said, I would like those decisions made together. I would like our hoteliers and the city council together to decide how that money is going to be spent. I don't want to give up the control of having all of the money that's coming in determined by the three hoteliers. I would like that to be something that we decide on together because we're both working to the same end, and that is more profits for them, more income for Salem to improve the fields and the amenities that are in Keizer that are causing their folks to want to stay in our hotels. So my only question for you was, what's to prevent you from going and grabbing them and get their 2%? I think that's where you probably should pursue.
Thank you. Everybody's had a chance for questions. And to our three guests from Travel Salem, I want to thank you for coming here tonight and bringing your expertise to us and the work that you are doing in our larger metro region. I have some questions. Some of them got answered, but I'm going to put them aside for right now because I think that we have a lot of questions. We have a lot of options. We got one that was not on my dance card before this evening, and I know I'm going to need to do a lot of thinking. But I want to emphasize that our region, our Keizer-Salem region, is a significant one for the economy of Oregon. And what we do here and what Travel Salem does is significant for our region. So we want to make sure that we are making informed decisions. We are going to have additional conversation. And I believe that we are, have asked a lot of questions that we are going to circle back at some point with some additional information on how we may proceed or not. Mr. Astley, I do have one question for you, if I may indulge myself a little bit. So I'm on policy committees for the League of Oregon Cities. And during this last session, the conversations were very, a lot of hard work, very hard work got done between Orla and the cities writ large through the League of Oregon Cities. The compromise of the 50% was exactly that, a compromise. Understanding that cities have expenditures to be ready for visitors that are not necessarily marketing. And I was not in those committee meetings, but I watched them and how everybody came to a compromised conclusion on that 50% split. I think spoke a great deal about the desire to find that space for everybody to, for the boats to rise. So I heard some of that tonight in some of your testimony, but I wanted to acknowledge that I heard some of that during this last session as well.
Thank you, Mayor Clark.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to let these people get off the hot seat. Okay, Council President Starr has a question for the city manager, and then we're going to need to put this one to bed for now, because we have some visitors here, some guests here that we need to have some important conversations with.
Madam Mayor, may I make one statement? I think that with everything that's going on, I think this warrants almost like a work session, an immediate work session.
I'm going to have Council President Starr ask
That's all.
her question before we proceed with other questions.
Mr. Brown, can you, because I wasn't part of any of the conversations about TPAs and whatever, however, can you tell me how the meeting came about? Walk me through that. The one with the hoteliers and I
Yes.
think with Travel Salem? I'm not
Yes,
sure.
so.
Thank you.
It really started back in January, and the concept of the TPA was a way to fund improvements at the Keizer Little League Park. And so you all said pursue that. I ended up trying to call the hoteliers. What ended up, my computer was down one afternoon, and I was having difficulty getting hold of them. And so I just walked in the front door, and that was the best way to get their numbers. I got their numbers or contact information, and Travel Salem said they wanted to set this up. So I passed on the information. You all, my bosses, kept asking, hey, when's the meeting going to get set up? When is it going to get set up? So after a number of questioning by you, I ended up going back in the front door of the Holiday Inn and the Best Western, and was able to get the meeting set up for a Friday at 10 o'clock. And then I called Travel Salem and said, they can meet at 10 o'clock on Friday. Can you guys be there? And they said they were there.
So you set up the meeting?
Yeah.
Not Travel Salem? Great, thank you.
I heard a recommendation from Councilor Parsons that this might be best served through a work session. I know we don't have any work session times specifically. It'll have to be, we can do it. We can figure it out.
I say we do it next Monday and push back.
No. Sorry.
Okay. Press pause on that. Before we start doing dates, getting a ring and a date, may I suggest two things. One, we were given a timeline, should we want to go to a ballot measure that would be very, very rapid. Is there direction from council that we want to pursue that that accelerated timeline at this time? I believe you have your answer, Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, the rush is now off. What I heard also is that we have a lot of questions and we want to understand the structure, nature, and options regarding visitor investment in our city. I'll put it that way. And it feels like a work session with bringing in all that information would be helpful for us because we're not going to solve this tonight and we are now at 9:30. Would there be direction from council to have Ms. Bissett work with us and Mr. Brown to schedule that and to identify the people that need to be there for us to converse with?
ASAP.
Yes, ASAP.
Is there any objection or can we do that by unanimous consent?
To just look forward to a future setting of a work session?
A work session? Yes.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing it Monday. Stop pushing. God can't take you anywhere.
Yeah, that gives direction to the person who's in charge of your agendas.
Yes.
I'm going to take that toy away from you. All right. No, it's not you. It's
Hey,
Councilor
but
Parsons.
why couldn't we do it, Minnie?
We have multimodal. We have a work
On the
session already scheduled.
On the 27th?
Yep.
And they've
6
already
p.m.
been postponed once or
I
pushed
know,
back.
I know. I hear.
All right. So with that direction, I want to thank everybody who has engaged in this conversation and brought their expertise, their questions, and we will move forward with a work session to further identify and understand this issue with the hotels and the other identified individuals and experts that our city manager and staff recommend to be at the table for us to converse with. Does that sound? Not Monday.
It's too late. I'm telling you, nothing good comes out.
We are now going to,
Poor Florida people.
Sorry, it's late.
It's late.
I am sorry about it being very late. And I'm looking forward to the 6-month report from our partners as sports facilities companies who have waited a long time. But while they're coming up, I had the privilege of being on the ball fields on Saturday as the kids were coming in to play in the tournament, and it was a sheer pleasure. All right. Thank you for your patience. We're delighted to have you here with us tonight.
Thank you for having us.
All right.
It's like 12:30, isn't it? Like your time. Sorry.
I'm doing good. While they're pulling up our presentation here, just introduce myself and colleague here quickly, Josh Callahan with Vice President of Venue Management for Sports Facilities Companies.
Again, Mike Higgins, Regional General Manager, and I've been working on the project and I think met almost everyone by now.
Good to see you all.
Well, really appreciate everyone's time tonight and allowing us to be here. If you could go forward to the next page there. I'm gonna apologize, I'm gonna pull up my computer because it's a little bit small on the presentation so that we can see it, but quickly there, we just have and for expedience sake, we won't read everything word for everyone. But we have, just our executive summary quickly outlines, the challenge that we came into, we faced. I think a lot of discussion happened before our contract was signed. On January 15th, we knew there were a lot of challenges that we were facing. We came in on an extremely tight time frame, 7 weeks before opening day for the baseball season. And we faced a number of facility maintenance issues, non-working equipment, concessions limitations, drainage and safety concerns that we quickly worked to address and are well on our way to making the park a much better place and a place that the community can be proud of again. If you could please skip to the next page there for me. So we want to talk about some of the things we came in and did in those 7 weeks and in the last 6 months as we have continued to manage the ballpark through the baseball season, spring and summer here. So when we quickly came in, we worked to remodel the clubhouse space into a functional main office and tournament director workspace. We updated the HVAC, including thermostats for the clubhouse and concessions, and importantly, adding heaters to all restrooms where we discovered their pipes had been freezing during the winter time. We worked to clear out all the gutters, upgrade building facades, and implement facility-wide safety upgrades. We upgraded lighting throughout the facility and in the clubhouse. On the electrical side, we worked with an electrician to come out, install a number of new circuits, a control panel, and clear up any safety issues, mainly in the concession stands as it relates to the electrical. We also recently worked with an electrician to locate and fix a disconnected underground power supply that now allows us to operate the Rainbird timer for fields 8 through 12 for the sprinkler system. We also, through that, were able to restore power to the scoreboards on field 7 and 8 and restore outlets functionality on field 10.
The other projects that we worked on too is when we walked into the facility, really plumbing and electrical were major issues on the water side of things and the irrigation side of things. We've implemented a mowing log, a watering schedule, and systems really to monitor how the fields are being taken care of. We worked hard at discovering where all the sprinklers were, where they were buried, how they were functioning, valves that needed to be replaced. In short, a lot of the infrastructure systems within the park were not functioning well. So that's been a major focus on our efforts. Weed control and chemical application, infield and warning track weeding, professional spraying, and additional off-the-shelf treatments. We talked a little bit about that 7-week period, but we removed 7 full dumpsters of garbage and debris, field debris. So where we're at now and where we were when we walked into the facility, night and day. Cleaned the fence lines and worked on dugout maintenance as well. I think that's it. Okay. The other challenging piece for us has been the equipment to be able to maintain the fields. We've repaired the Polaris several times. That's the 4x4 side-by-side unit that we use to haul garbage and drag fields and prepare. Same with the Club Cadet mower and the field Club Cadet tractor and the mower. We worked with Clint Holland. He's been a big help for us in many of these projects, but specifically on the field drainage, locating all the clogged drains and establishing a schedule to be able to clear those of debris that was backing up on the fields in years past. Outfield edging's been a focus as well, and then the warning track shaping that we've worked on recently, and the new warning track material that we've laid down.
And then outside of some of the maintenance issues, in that time, we've also obviously hired staff, including a general manager and food and beverage manager to help run the concession stand. We've implemented Sports Key, our online scheduling system, and we've worked to secure the facility better by rekeying all the doors for the clubhouse and maintenance area. We were able to attract a couple new tournaments this month, actually, that took place over the last couple of weeks, and the District 7 Little League tournament is still happening out there as well. It wrapped up now, but was happening earlier tonight. So continue to work on all aspects of the business. In conclusion, we are here to be partners with the city. And that was the portion of our presentation that talked about a lot of the maintenance and physical challenges that we've faced over the last 6 months and how we've worked to overcome those. And now I want to get into some of the financial aspects of that and where we stand financially. As I'm sure all of you are well aware and has been reported in the newspaper, we've faced challenging financial situations over the last couple of months. We came into this contract in a very short time frame, and unfortunately, we made a couple of deals that have not worked out, or one deal in particular with one main rights holder that we counted on to supply most of this season's tournaments. For his reasons, he decided to cancel a large number of tournaments, and that has significantly impacted our financial outcomes. Not only were those tournaments canceled, but tournaments leading up to those cancellations also had a low number of teams that significantly impacted our financial projections. As I'm sure you are all aware, our projections were largely based off increasing concessions out at the facility. Concessions numbers are directly correlated to number of teams, parents, participants that are out at the facility. And when low team counts come in, that has an impact. And obviously when tournaments are not there, we're not just losing the rental income, we're losing out on the income from the concession stand. So we have been talking with staff, mainly City Manager Brown, over the last number of weeks, and he has asked us for a number of projections. We provided him a few weeks ago a cash flow projection that did not look very good based off our current cash position and what we have coming up through the slow time in the summer in August and the slow fall time where teams are still out there playing, but you're not seeing major tournaments. At looking at those projections with City Manager Brown, he encouraged us to come up with other solutions, and that's what we are looking at on the screen right now. So we went back and we came up with a number of what we'll call creative solutions that we could work with you all as a partner to limit the cash deficit and the funding that would be needed to continue to run the ball fields. Part of that discussion included the potential of our company taking on the management and operations of the Keizer community fields, the turf fields across town. We looked at that and said we would do that at no additional cost. It would be included in our fee. When we went through and did these projections, obviously there were a number of challenges that we were facing. And as part of that, I will point out in this cash projection on the screen, we are suggesting that SFC would not take a fee for the next year in order to help with the cash flow position.
SFC is you.
Correct. Thank you for that. Yes, Sports Facilities Company, our company would not take a fee for the next year to help with the cash flow. This projection is, as I mentioned, a very creative solution where we look at furloughing our company off of the operations and maintenance of the Keizer Little League Park for the next 6 months and turn the maintenance back over to the city. And we would take on the operation during that time of the turf fields. This would allow us to retain our general manager and minimal staff that it takes to run and operate that facility. And it would allow an opportunity to cut as many expenses as possible at the Little League Park. As you'll see, this still is not a cash flow positive solution, and we're looking at around $106,000, $107,000 at the low end of this cash flow projection. I will, if we can skip over to the next slide. We wanted to show this so that you can see how this grows over the next year. During that time that we would step away from the maintenance of the Little League Park, we would continue to work on the sales and promotion of the park for next spring and summer. Through our efforts already and what we think we can continue to grow, we see positive cash flow as soon as the Little League Park opens back up in March. That's in combination with the community fields and the Little League Park in a combined operation. And as you'll see in June, when we hit prime tournament season for the baseball fields and softball fields, we see a big jump in cash flow positive there. And we think that our projections that we came to you 6 months ago with, this is where and how we get to those projections. But it's going to take time to build, and we want to minimize the impact on the city and work with you as our partners as best as we can. So I'll pause there and allow questions. I know it's a lot of information to take in.
That's okay, our brains are still, well, I won't speak for anybody else, my brain's still swimming a little bit. I'm gonna take the privilege of the first question, and then I'll go to the counselors. In your proposal for, taking in the, turf fields at Keizer Rapids, would that also include running the concessions there?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
I will caveat that with our current projections are looking at running it with food trucks to start out, to minimize, again, costs, so that we're not staffing and having to, right now, there's no concessions equipment in there, so you would need to either move equipment from one to the other, from the Little League Park over, but it also reduces upstart and food costs and staffing. And we can work with food trucks to take in some revenue while they're out there. As that starts to grow and as we get into cash flow positive in the spring, we would then look to create a full operation there, not only with food trucks, but with our own concession stand.
And remind me how many food truck pads we put out there, and we have 2 out there. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to go first. I'll start with Councilor Duran, then I'll go to Council President Starr.
So let me understand, what you said is in your budget, $106,000 is what you're gonna need to maintain staff, basically, to run, well, both, really only the turf fields, because the Little League fields aren't gonna be running, they're just gonna be.
Correct. The
Not
cash
in
flow,
operation.
obviously, there is some upstart cost included in that, getting ready for the season. So I believe you see the largest amount needed in February, as we would come back online and start to hire staff and get those fields ready for the spring season, but that is correct. Yes.
Okay, so I guess this might be maybe for Mr. Brown. If they're not doing maintenance on the Little League fields, that's coming back on us. So not only are we gonna have to come up with $106,000 for them, we're gonna have to come up with budget, money out of our budget to take over the Little League fields. How much will that cost?
You're correct. And I've talked with quite a few people who might help us in that endeavor, but ultimately, we'd have to pay some part-time guys to keep the mowing up. And yeah, we think we can figure out how to keep things running through the fall. It's really goes through October and then automatically decreases at that point. But I know I've talked with Clint, and he's offered to help at least put a kind of structure together and manage and oversee getting us through the fall. A couple other people too have also volunteered to help that. So we would take advantage of all the help we can get, but there would be some temp costs for mowing.
So there'll be mowing, we'll have maintenance on mowers, we'll have fuel, there'll be, I mean, quite a few other things that's not listed that we'll need to pay for that would have been on them through the agreement if they were running the show the whole year.
Yeah, but the revenues for the lease fields would come to us during that period.
During that period, which there isn't a whole lot going on after October.
Yep.
So, okay. But there will be maintenance, so that, I mean, we'll still have some, I mean, they're gonna be mowing at least once a month through the winter, I'd imagine, just to maintain the turf.
Yeah, I think,
I mean, that's kind of what I remember.
Councilor Parsons and you as the expert, more of an expert than me on the mowing.
So there's still gonna be some cost, and I just want to make sure we understand that there is, and we're not looking at just $106,000 shortfall. Right now, we're gonna have to add in some other, okay.
Council President Starr.
Guess I'm learning how to ride a lawnmower, right? Thank you so much for being here. Mike, can you, before I get into my questions, can you remind us and anyone watching what your background is and your area of expertise?
Sure, yeah, I've spent my whole career in sports, 12 years general manager, senior vice president of the Portland Beavers in Providence Park, ran the U.S. Olympic track and field trials, 5 years as the Director of Championships for the NAIA, and now I'm with Sports Facilities Companies on year 5.
So you've had some experience with baseball,
Yes, ma'am.
the world of baseball. This might be, I'm not sure who this is going to be a question for, if this is for you, Mike, or for Josh, but you mentioned losing some tournaments, right? You had signed agreements, right? Where those tournaments were booked and your fields were reserved. And then and so with those reservations on the books, if you will, that precluded other business from being booked during that time. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So with that signed written agreement, those dates reserved, on average, how much in revenue did that abrupt, no notice cancellation of a signed written agreement cost in terms of revenue?
I mean, in small numbers, probably $10,000 per week, $10,000 per tournament with food and beverage and team count and lost field rental revenue.
So at $10,000, how many weeks did that signed written agreement that was abruptly canceled with no notice cost in total at $10,000 a week?
So 10 weeks so far.
$100,000 of revenue that I'm sure I would hope that we'll be pursuing all options available to you as the operator or the management will pursue all options in recovering or recouping as much money as possible on that. Is that, I'm seeing head nods, so that is
Yeah, absolutely. Our legal counsel's looking into it right now, and we'll do everything that we can, for sure.
perfect, thank you. And then I just, again, want to reiterate that you're not taking a management. Your proposal is to not take a management fee to help, right? In the interim, try to, as we figure this out.
That's correct. Yes, we would look to not take a management fee in this proposal over the next year. We would like to work with council or staff to find a way that we can earn that on the back end with parameters, assuming we can grow the revenue.
That lost revenue. And can
In
you?
short,
Go
Councilor
ahead.
Starr, just to finish too, just, you know, our intent is we want to partner with you guys. We realize we did not meet goals as well. We had some unfortunate situations happen this year with the rights holder, for sure, the untrustworthy rights holder. And then also the just the shortness in taking over the fields.
Yeah.
So those factors, we feel like we got to take a step back to take two forward.
Two forward. And which leads me, I think a lot of the things that you mentioned, and I just, correct me if I'm wrong, were things that were not necessarily visible in terms of things that that needed to be addressed safety-wise. Is that,
That's very accurate. I mean, and the infrastructure of the facility was where the focus needed to be able to function for tournaments. And using the homeowner vernacular, it's like replacing your roof versus replacing the cabinets or the countertops, the things that might, not have more of the bang for the buck for the infrastructure in the long term.
Thank you. And one more.
Just one more.
Just one more. And Josh, you were going to say something
Yeah,
before I do one more.
I appreciate that, thank you. I was just gonna add into what Mike said there. There were a number of safety issues as well. It wasn't just infrastructure things behind the scenes to make a better guest experience, which we certainly prioritize, but it was also safety issues within the concession stand with electric and plumbing. As I mentioned, pipes freezing in the bathrooms. It was to take care of the park long-term. Unfortunately, it was things that we didn't account for when we first made our initial projections. As you mentioned, they were unseen. We didn't notice them on our initial look.
So my final question, and I am not an expert in the baseball world, but the Portland Beavers were a professional baseball organization, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So one of the things that I've heard are the mounds were an issue. In your professional opinion, Mike, in your years of experience managing a professional level baseball team, were the mounds a safety issue? Or were they a convenient excuse?
Yeah, we had functional mounds for the facility for sure. I mean, were they in the best shape? You know, we were hoping they'd make it through the season. We lost one of them. When we lost that mound, we secured more on a rental basis, and we've since bought more. I think the quickest thing I can say in assessing the mounds was they weren't taken care of very well in years past. Those mounds need to be pulled off the fields, elevated off the ground, and covered with tarps to be able to take care of them. And they just, when we arrived, weren't in the greatest shape. We knew the cast situation. We were trying to get through the season with either using those mounds or borrowing others to make it. And but we certainly did everything we needed to do to meet that rights holder's needs.
So in your professional opinion, those mounds were functional and
Yes.
were not, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Before we go to the other half of the dais, Counselor Christopher, would you like a chance to jump in at this point, or would you like to wait till a couple other people go?
I'd like to wait for a couple more, please.
Okay. Counselor Cross, do you have any questions? Counselor Kohler, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Long trip. Thank you for coming. We had 2 tournaments this last 2 weekends. Are those tournaments that you secured?
Yes, sir.
Because I think the Cal Ripken tournament, those guys came to you and said, hey, we would like to hold our tournament here, but we need this, and this. There's a number of things they wanted done so the fields were playable for the tournament. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. I mean, Mike's a great guy. We've been working together. I called him and said, hey, do we have an opportunity at your state tournament? He said, let me check. He checked into it, came back and said, we want to do it and we want to partner with you guys. And like all rights holders, when you get close to the event, it's like, where do you want to do registration? What, you know, do you have any concerns? What do we need to do? And we did everything that we could for Mike to get the tournament ready. I think all but one scoreboard we had up and rolling. Same with the Little League tournament. We encouraged them to go after and make a bid on the event, and they were successful in getting that bid. And
Yeah, I respectfully say that's not what I've heard, so I'll leave that.
Okay. Counselor Parsons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So how happy was Little League with the fields this spring?
I'm very happy. Yeah, very happy. They were great to work with, and saw the changes and the effort we were putting into the fields and the infrastructure, and I think they had a good season.
I also heard from several coaches and the president too. I have to say the fields look beautiful for this tournament this last weekend, and I was down there a few times and talked with some of the coaches and some of the players, and they thought this is a beautiful park. We'd love to come here more often. So it has progressed. Does it need more work? Yes, and that takes time. We had 15 years of suffering at those fields, and it takes more than 6 months to make them perfection. I organized a volunteer group all on my own because once in a while we need to partner and volunteer, and it's okay, because that's what we are city of. Let's go pull some weeds. 25 people came, we pulled some weeds, replaced some bench boards, whatever it took, because we know that we wanted it to look, the entrance looked good. The ball fields were great, but we wanted the rest of it to And Tyler's amazing. I think he was working 15 hours a day. And he was dirty all the time, so I didn't recognize him when he came in tonight, just so clean. But Tyler, thank you so much because.
If you haven't met our
Because
general
if it
manager,
weren't for
Tyler
Tyler, I don't know that it would have been in the shape that it was this weekend. So kudos to him. He's an open book. He asks for advice, he writes it down, and pretty soon that book's gonna be complete. So you should be proud of him. He's a great find. Thank you.
Yeah, Tyler, I did not recognize you as well. But I was going to also say Tyler is a gem. Hardworking, attentive, was really, as I was out there on Saturday working to stay on top of things, again, none of my kids played baseball or softball. They were all in athletics, but none of them chose baseball or softball. But I've been in a lot of facilities for sports. And I've been a sports parent. So watching the kids this weekend and being on that space, thank you to Tyler and for everybody for really stepping up to this. I've got one more question. I'll go to Councilor Christopher, see if she's got a follow-up or a closing question. It's been a tough start. There was more to it than you thought. You've talked a lot about you want to partner with us, and we're seeing the benefit, clearly. Why do you want to stay with us? What's in it for you?
I'll start and Mike can back clean up.
I mean,
so
we're
to say,
delighted, but why?
No, I mean, there's a number of reasons. I think one is to start out that we came in and we made a lot of promises and we want to fulfill those promises. And we want to see this park succeed. Our core of our company is coming into communities like this and helping impact the economic impact and the health and vitality of these communities. And that's what we are trying to stand by in this proposal. On top of that, we have a strategic opportunity to, so to say, plant a flag in the Pacific Northwest. And we want to continue to work to make what we think can be a successful park. And we go out and show this as a success story in years to come. We think it can be, and we want to put the work in to prove that. As I said, we want the opportunity to make up that fee on the back end by providing the revenue and the growth of this facility.
I do. Just a couple quick additions there too. And we've had a lot of corporate meetings about this, obviously making this investment in Keizer here, and it wasn't taken lightly for sure. I think as a group, everyone feels like we can make this successful. It's that the old adage though, if it was easy, everybody'd be doing it. And it's not easy, and this isn't gonna be easy, and there's a lot of work to do. And, but we feel comfortable committing to the work and getting you guys where we said we'd get you, so.
I do actually, sorry, I do want to add one more thing that I forgot as I was going through the numbers. Part of that proposal on the previous page shows our current cash position, which we do have a pretty large accounts payables right now. The majority of that is to SFC. But in this document, it takes out the last 3 months management fees that we have not been paid right now in an effort to also help the cash flow and get through the last couple of months. We've not paid ourselves the management fee out of the bank account, and there are reimbursable expenses, including the costs associated with buying the initial food for the concession stand that we have held off on paying so that we can pay other vendors and prioritize those vendors and our payroll. Obviously, that's number one. But as part of this proposal, we are proposing to forgive those 3 months fees. So that would be the May, June, and July management fee.
So what I hear from you is that you're willing to invest in us because you believe in what this place also offers, but the note I just got from Council President Starr was also the word in my head, and that's a level of integrity. And it's not going unnoticed. So, but you're a business, You're a for-profit business, and you have to make decisions based on the data that you have and the potential that you see. So that actually tells me more, that your numbers, your data, your experience says this can happen. It's going to take a lot more work, but that's not something that this city is unfamiliar with. And I really appreciate the data-driven vote of confidence that I am hearing in this, and that there is, what you have brought us feels to me, and it's up to our counselors, of course, to make that determination, what that path forward looks like. But I appreciate the answer to that question. Counselor Christopher, did you have?
Thank you. I'm
You're
ready.
welcome. Okay.
So I am sad that this is where we are. I didn't vote to hire you. And part of the reason I didn't is I felt that we were being not true to the RFP that went out. I felt that and we can do that. I know we can, Joe, before you tell me, we have that prerogative. But I felt that if you put an RFP out, you should follow the RFP or change the RFP or go back out again. And I thought maybe we would limp along this year, work using seasonal hires and parks staff till we could make a longer term decision. I was outvoted, and that's okay. And I'll tell you so that was my first concern. My second concern was, being from Florida, you don't have the connections. When Counselor Parsons talks about putting together a work group, guys, that was 2 phone calls. That's how connected Counselor Parsons is. You're not. You're not connected like that. I mean, thank goodness you've got Clint Holland, because he is. But I don't know. I don't know if you're going to be able to pull this off. I think that's very difficult not to be from the place that, especially when, I mean, we have a shop-worn park and we've got a lot of work to do. Counselor Parsons is right. This isn't going to happen overnight. This is probably 3 years to get it the way we would like it to look and the way it used to look, and to modernize it. So I don't know if you're going to be able to do that and if that's going to be worth it to you. Tyler's a great guy, but he's still running the ice rink in Portland. And now we're going to have Tyler run the soccer fields. And he's one guy. He is one person. I don't know how we can spread that one person that thin. And he doesn't live local. He's an hour away. If there's an emergency in any one of those parks, Adam, I guess it's you, because you are local. Or it's Robert, or it's some city staff person, and that's a concern. And lastly, I don't like that the proceeds that we think we can gain with the soccer fields are what is going to help the baseball fields limp along, because they're not going to be able to stand independently. And then what do we do for the sinking fund and the maintenance and replacement fee for the soccer fields? So I need more detail and a better plan. If we're talking, finishing out the year, going till December, that's a different story than to say, and I think I'd like to see that. I think I'd like to see what the next 5 months looks like in order to determine what our long-term commitment and what our long-term plan is. So that's where I'm at. I don't know where we're going to go. This is another Gordian knot, just like the last issue. I think this is a good initial discussion. I don't think that we are where we are because of lack of effort on your part. I don't. I think you've tried as hard as you possibly can. And like you said, you wanted to plant a flag in the West. You don't want us to be a failure. I understand that. I just don't know if you have the ability to make it a success. I just don't know. You got some headwinds, guys. So thank you. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you for conversation the other day. I really appreciate it. And like I said, it's not for lack of effort and trying on your part.
All right. Do you want to wrap up comments, and then we will consider this report received? Yes, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, just thank you again, for your time, and tonight we appreciate it and the opportunity to present. We understand it's a very tough position that you all are in, and we just want to reiterate that we're here to be partners with you in any step that we can be. We understand that your decision may be to move on from us, and that's a tough decision to come to. It would be tough for us to hear, but we would also, again, work with you in the best way we can to transition that if that is your ultimate decision. It's not what we want. We want to try to find a path forward, and we want to help be a solution for you all. But thank you. Thank you again.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me get to the right page here, 6-month report. Okay, so all we have tonight is that we acknowledge that we have received this report and continuing forward with the management recommendations with the city manager and SFC. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
It is for tonight, but we'll need to come back to you probably at the next meeting and have you make a decision. There are two outs in our agreement with them. One was that any additional budget request had to come through the city council. And since they have waived their, or not paid themselves for the last couple of months, and so that they could pay their staff and for their other vendors or materials. So without any, and so for future expenses, they would need budget authority from you to continue, or you have the option of giving them a 6-month notice at any point. And so I think that's a question that you'll need to address soon.
And in that additional information for that conversation, we'll have the value of the work done included in that, so we can also look at that data against the investment that we are making and have made.
Yeah, and that's actually a good point, that the money that we invested in there it was not lost. It is in upgrades to the park. So.
And there's a value with that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
The only other thing that I didn't hear him say is what their, and I think it might be worth them saying what next year looks like with their tournament rights that they've secured. So, Mike, if you wouldn't mind, if you're willing to do that, that would be, I think, additional information that that might be important to your
I think it's an important part of the story to tell, because,
Yep.
thank you. Please tell.
Okay. Well, first of all, in the planning calendar, this is the time of year that rights holders are looking to make decisions on what events they're going to do for 2027. If in a perfect world, this isn't a perfect world, but if it was a perfect world last year, this would be the time of year we would be taking over. We'd sit down and have conversations with rights holders, and we'd be in a much different position than we are right now. That didn't happen, and it's one of the, the things that we were dealt with. But moving forward, the unfortunate, it's a lemons, lemonades scenario. Whatever happened with OG Sports happened, but it's cleared the slate for us. It's clear that we won't be working with that operator anymore. So now we can talk to other rights holders and onward and upward from here. We've had those conversations, and the goal would be by the end of August to secure the 20 weekends that are kind of in the prime weather months of, say, mid-March to the end of July, and kind of move on from there. Those conversations are going well, and I'm under confidentiality with a couple of them to be able to disclose who they are, but suffice to say, they're good conversations.
Thank you for sharing that. And thank you, Mr. Brown, for having them come up and share that, because it's a lot of the planning for, we've heard on all sorts of travel and tourism, the planning for next year is already well underway. And I understand in this industry in particular, you're looking almost a year in advance. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and no question. And, you know, rights holder is going to sit down and kind of decide what type of national events that they want to run and regional events and that type of thing. And to Councilor Duran's questions on the budget, I had one more thing that might be clarifying for everyone too, but on the cash flow forecast that we submitted, we feel confident about, we did so in a conservative manner. I think there's room for some overperformance there. There's no sponsorship really layered into there, and so that would be a focus on our efforts too. And certainly all efforts would be to mitigate the impact on cash flow. So that would be our efforts.
Appreciate that. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
For the encore. Is there any objection? So do you have enough direction for, okay, the next steps? Is there any objection to tabling item G because of the lateness of the hour?
What's G?
It is the Parks Master Plan and Parks Committee discussion.
Oh, gosh. This was a beefy agenda.
A little bit. So any objection to tabling? And this may also be information that we will discuss at the proposed work session with the Parks Board anyway.
Yeah,
So-
great idea.
What, is there any objection to moving this, this discussion item into the proposed work session with the Parks Board?
Nope.
Unanimous consent? Okay, let's move this into the work session. I heard from some folks that September 1st may not be a great date for that. So, can we have Ms. Bissett work with us and the Parks Board to schedule the work session with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board and include these items in that agenda? Does that work for everybody?
September 1st, you said doesn't work?
It may not. May not work for folks, so I'd like to kick it to Ms. Bissett, who is the magician with scheduling. Yes. Okay. I don't hear any objection to that. We will forego updates and reports, except that there was a great deal of concern regarding the weather and fire danger. I did check with the posting on the National Weather Service regarding red flag warnings and so forth. We know that Central Oregon and going east is under red flag. And Mr. Brown, if I may, who on staff receives the red flag warnings and other National Weather Service information and for our area to get that out to the public?
Yeah, we'll watch the National Weather Service forecast. They will name the red flag and then we'll get it out.
Okay, and they'll get it out on our social media and so forth. And do we already have a burn ban in our parks?
We actually could push it out to using Everbridge, our mass communication system.
Okay. And do we already have the burn ban in our parks? Like people, they're doing fire, using little charcoal pits and so forth, like at Clyde Creek and down by the river?
That's, the boat in is the one that I know of, and no, we don't, I don't think that's
Okay.
banned right now.
Okay, so just food for thought.
But yeah,
All right.
we will be watching.
Counselor Christopher?
Mayor? Yeah, thank you. Are we still moving forward with an executive session tonight, or could it be postponed for 2 weeks?
The executive session for this evening has been canceled. It's
thank
not
you.
ready for prime time. You are welcome.
Gosh.
Okay.
God, you guys know me. I've been up since 6:30. Now, enough.
All right. So with that, the agenda input is as published. Everybody have a great rest of the week. Thank you all for the work being done. The time is 10:21. We are adjourned.
Thank you.